Good evening and welcome to the December 1st, 2022 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. I'm Chris McFarland, Chair of the Conservation Commission. We'll be operating tonight's meeting using a Zoom platform. At the start of each hearing, we'll elevate applicants to participate. Members of the public wishing to comment should write their name and address along with comment in the chat box to be read into the record. If you do not include your name and address, you will not be recognized. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission, our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and Town Conservation Agent, Charlotte Bell. I'll now take a roll call of commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Will Ashton, not here. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, present.
Eric Eisenhower, not here. Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
Chris McFarland, present. We have a quorum of 4 commissioners this evening. We'll be taking all votes via roll call, with each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. Our first hearing this evening is an RDA 22-27. I'll read it into the public notice. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, December 1st, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for a request for determination of applicability 22-27 from Charles Henry to remove a portion of lawn comprised of mulch and replace it with native plantings at 31 Otis Avenue.
So I see Carmen in the audience. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Brad.
Good evening.
Oh, there she is.
Good evening, members of the commission. Brad Holmes here.
Hey,
Good
Brad.
evening. Hi, I'm sorry it took so long. I kept on clicking to join as panelists, but good evening, everyone. It's good to see everybody after Thanksgiving. Hopefully everyone had a great holiday. I am joined tonight by our clients and homeowners. Charlie, Kathleen must be behind you, Charlie. I don't see her, as well as Brad Holmes. Brad Holmes prepared the planting plan for the RDA. So if I just may share the screen. Okay. Sure. Does it matter? I think I'll go with the certificate of compliance first and then with the RDA, if that's okay.
Let's start with the RDA, please, since
Of course.
that's what I just opened.
Of course. So the RDA is to replace this area of existing lawn with native plantings. It is within the 50-foot buffer zone to the salt marsh. Therefore, we submitted an RDA as well as a variance request. Brad prepared this planting plan showing what native plantings will be included in this area. So probably if you have any questions they might have to do with plantings, Brad is here to answer any of those questions.
I'll give the commissioner a brief overview of the proposed planting scheme. The proposal is to rub out the area of existing lawn, which is out to about 22 feet, and then convert that area into a coastal meadow so that you'd have a coastal meadow leading to the salt marsh. We've designed it so that the plantings proposed closest to the salt marsh would be sea lavender and then merge into flowering herbaceous potted plants. And then the border abutting the lawn area would be plugs of American beach grass, which would set a nice demarcation of the area from the existing lawn. And then the area would be seeded with a wildflower seed mix. So The intent is to create a coastal meadow that provides significant wildlife habitat and blends into the salt marsh. There's also some ongoing maintenance of Phragmites management in the salt marsh, which has been successful, so that we don't eliminate that activity and then allow the Phragmites to merge into the coastal meadow that we're trying to create. So that's the intent of the planting plan.
Any questions from commissioners?
Yes, how are you controlling the Phragmites? What are you doing to eliminate it or control it?
Right now, they're just doing it on their own with a hand cutting. They aren't using a herbicide or chemicals. They're labor intensive, but they've been able to manage it through just ongoing cutting. And actually, when you look out at the salt marsh, the salt marsh grasses are coming back.
Cutting meaning just mowing it?
Not with necessarily a mower, more of a loppers and more of a kind of weed whack, with a longer trimmer on it. Because if we mowed it, we'd be too close to the ground with a mower.
Yeah.
Norman, could I see the photograph of the backyard again? The other one.
Oops, sorry. Is it this one?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, let me just grab that. And I am very unsuccessful moving this, but there we go. So this is the lawn right now.
Carmen, can you zoom in a bit? Like a lot, I guess.
I know, I zoom in, but then I don't know if you can see. Can you see that?
Yeah, keep going.
Keep going? Okay,
Keep zooming, yeah.
okay.
going. And then use the, the hand there to drag it to the center. That's good. Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
Of course.
So is the idea to take the boulders that are along that edge and move them back?
No, I wasn't planning to. I was going to leave the boulders there. I wasn't proposing to remove them.
Because it shows boulders, I think, on the plan up above, does it not, Carmen?
Yes.
So is
Yes,
there a
so
new?
These are the boulders
Oh,
that
okay,
exist
okay.
there.
Yep,
Mhm.
okay.
So you see the beginning of the dock. That's where the plantings would go.
Yeah,
to.
okay.
Mm.
And Brad, what's the spacing on the plants approximately?
Well, I tried to do the 1 gallon potted plants so that we have a more mature plant to supplement the seed mix. So I was trying to do clusters of 3s and 5s.
Yeah,
So the spacing, I don't know, I'd say 8 to 10 feet on center for the clusters.
and what's going to be between the clusters?
Oh, it's all going to be loamed and seeded with a wildlife seed mix. So it's the idea is that the 1 gallon flowering plants are going to be mature and right off the bat, and then we'll bring the seed mix up behind it once it germinates and starts to grow.
What's your expectation in 3 years?
In 3 years, I would say we'd have a healthy, vegetated meadow. There's maintenance, and it's listed in the narrative, and there will be the first at least 2 growing seasons. We're going to have to kind of spot reseed and spot reseed. It does, the wetlands, the wildflower seed mix is finicky, but once we get it covered, it will, with ongoing maintenance, it should do fine.
And how will the grass be removed?
It's gonna have to be grubbed out, probably, we stake out the limit of it at the landward limit of the lawn. And then either labor intensive grubbing with a grub hoe or get a sod cutter and cut the sod out. And then roll it up and remove it from the site. So we wouldn't need to use a large machine for that. So we wouldn't be excavating and we shouldn't be taking out a lot of topsoil. But we'll probably need to, top dress it with a, organic loam. So, in preparation for the seeding and planting.
Okay. Charlotte, do we have limitations on this?
I don't believe so. Limitations as in like the square foot alteration or?
Yes.
I don't believe so, because our regulations really speak to the resource areas themselves and 1,000 square foot alteration or a buffer zone with habitat value. And then historically, we had interpreted that as undeveloped sites. But here, this would just be work in the buffer zone and not directly in the resource area. But Brad, please correct me if that's not right.
Correct. Right now, we're trying to restore that area as a
Mhm.
vegetative buffer. So it's not in the resource area itself, but it's right at the buffer.
I'm sorry, Charlotte, I remember for 80 North Main Street, we had a similar situation where we were removing lawn. And town council had said that removing lawn and replacing it with native plantings didn't qualify as the alteration that was referred to in the bylaw.
So that's considered a minor activity in the Wetland Protection Act. Our bylaws tend to be a little bit stricter with alteration, but again, we're not working in the resource area itself. And we did confirm for 80 North Main that 1,000 square foot alteration limit didn't really apply in that case, because historically we'd interpreted the buffer zones of habitat value areas to be mostly from undeveloped sites. And 80 North Main was kind of similar to this, where it's a developed property. So yeah, same thing with 80 North Main. We allowed the removal of lawn and the planting of native species.
Thank you.
So it is lawn, but Phragmites is trying to take over. Is that accurate?
There's Phragmites out in the salt marsh and nearby. It's not, as you can see in that photo, they've been able to manage it. So it isn't infested in any means, but if we just walk away from the management of what they've been doing, in a not too distant future, we'll have Phragmites into the marsh, and then it's, as you know, it loves open soil, so it's going to creep into that meadow. So we're proposing the management of the Phragmites is for the health of the marsh, but also to maintain our meadow.
So this is an already disturbed area, disturbed in the sense that there's already a lawn there.
Correct.
You're not changing any native habitat here. You're trying to restore it.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Brad, when will this work take place?
In the spring, probably late spring, because the nurseries grow the plants in this early spring, and then they'll probably be available spring, summer, early summer. So we hopefully get it set up and established to get the turf out and whatnot in the spring, and then be able to finish the planting in the end of the spring, early summer.
Okay. And is there any kind of management of bare soil until the seed takes hold?
We could put a tackifier down, that straw tackifier. If we find that there's an erosion issue migrating towards the marsh, that could be certainly a condition we could include.
And I assume that the erosion barrier will stay in place until the ground is stabilized?
Correct.
Any other questions or comments by commission? Any questions or comments from the public? Any concerns by commission? Okay. Well, Charlotte, is the erosion control to stay in place, is that a general condition?
For mitigation planting, it's normally a part of the, so the directions here that Brad has put together, normally the erosion control is definitely kept in place until all the plantings are stabilized. For these types of RDAs, we can definitely issue that as a condition. I don't think we've seen too many RDAs. The only one I can think of that we did recently was Parker Ave, 10 Parker Ave, and that one had a similar restoration plan put together by South River Environmental. But if we want to issue conditions on additional erosion control other than what's specified in the planting plan, we can definitely do that.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Is Otis Avenue a public right of way?
So Otis, there's, let me go back to my plan.
Just it's a private way, but is it used by the public? I see that your planting stops at Otis Avenue, essentially the margin of it.
Yeah, so this is actually an easement. It has a name, but it's an easement. So the right of way that provides frontage is over here.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering what the status of the easement is. What is the purpose, I guess?
I
It's an
think
easement for who? Do neighbors have access to the marsh that way? Or, I mean, what's that all about?
I believe, I don't really know exactly who is the beneficiary of the easement.
Mhm.
Hence, we are not proposing anything on, on the easement itself. It is owned by by Charlie and Kathleen, but that was the reason why we weren't proposing any changes whatsoever within the easement. I know that it is definitely not for public use. I don't know exactly which neighbors have right to pass over that easement.
Thanks.
Okay, without any more questions or comments, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and issue a -3 determination with the condition that the erosion control should stay in place until the ground is stabilized by the seed planting. And if there are areas of erosion, that those should be mitigated through using a tackified straw blanket. Well, it's not really a blanket, but tackified straw in those areas to keep erosion to a minimum. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second, we'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
You're muted.
Chris McIntyre, aye.
McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the certificate of compliance for NOI.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I think we need a variance too for the work in the 50-foot buffer.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Make a motion to issue a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer. That's with the condition that no heavy equipment will be brought in there, that it'll all be small sod cutter equipment or by hand. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second, we'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 400. Okay, now thank you. We're going to move directly on to a certificate of compliance for NOI 0828 and stormwater permit 12-22 for the same property at 31 Otis Avenue. Charlotte, would you give us a report?
Sure, yeah, so I can start. I'll start with the minor deviations and then we can work our way to the other deviations that Carmen has clarified and she can explain for us. So on the, Carmen, do you have the as-built plan? If not, I can pull it up.
You know what? I don't think I do.
Okay.
I can pull it up too.
Sure, that'd be great, thank you. So yeah, while she's pulling that up, so just some of the deviations were the stepping stones behind the home weren't built, but they just added a small fire pit, which you can actually see in this plan right here. They added a small outdoor shower behind the back of the home as well. And then they built a small front porch and walkway connecting the driveway with some landscape beds, and that's mostly outside of the 100-foot buffer. The driveway layout was modified slightly, but there was really no increase in impervious. There was actually a slight reduction of about 100 square feet. And the landscape areas on the western side of the property and in front of the house were added. Plantings seemed to be mostly native. And then the gravel infiltration trench was added to the southern side of the property behind the right side of the garage. So they just added some additional drainage there. And then a small granite stone apron added to the garage entrance. So those are mostly minor. But then some of the deviations that we can kind of walk through were the rear deck, as you can see on the plan, is slightly larger than originally approved. It is between the 50 and the 100-foot buffer, but it is pervious in nature. And then a small bluestone patio was added to the right near the deck entrance. The retaining wall behind the home was not built, but I know the additional drainage trenches around the home should hopefully account for that. And Carmen, please add anything if I miss anything. And so the gravel infiltration trenches on the east side of the driveway did not extend to Otis Ave. It only comes up to a little bit about 20 to 30 feet before Otis Ave. And but they didn't have, seemed to be no concerns with stormwater runoff with this change. And then the gravel infiltration trench in front of the home is on the left side. It doesn't really wrap around at the surface level on the left side of the yard, but it does end at the left corner of the home. So I know, Carmen, you had talked to Steve Fabrizio about this design. And I guess, would you be able to explain in terms of if you have any concerns of if that of these gravel infiltration trench changes may have impacted any of the stormwater design?
Yes, so, and I'm sorry, I actually had to go to my work computer and grab the file
Okay.
and email it to myself. So now I got it. Can you
Yeah.
see this, the as-built plan with these huge circles?
Yes.
Okay, so this was the last revised approved plan for this project. What this is a well plan that was prepared. The previously approved plan had an infiltration system here in the front, but this was changed because they were proposing to put a well here. This is an irrigation well. It says potable well, but it actually is an irrigation well. And this plan was accompanied with a letter from Steve Fabrizio to the Conservation Commission. And what he explained was that the roof runoff was being directed to the infiltration system here, that instead of doing that, what they were proposing was to remove the downspouts and have the runoff from the roof just shed to crushed stone trench under the landscape beds. So when I went there, I inspected the site and I met with Steve Fabrizio there. And you can see the landscape beds. You cannot see the crushed stone underneath, but he testified to me that that was installed as per the letter that was submitted with this plan. There is an overflow pipe. Let me go back. So this is the latest approved plan. Let me go back to the as-built plan. So over here where these landscape beds are, there's gravel underneath. And there is an outlet pipe that goes in this direction. What Steve explained was that the outlet pipe from this catch basin on the lawn. It goes at a diagonal, and these two pipes meet and they overflow in this direction. All of this area is heavily overgrown. I could not find the outlet of the pipe, but that is where the outlet pipe is supposed to be. Now this is a trench, a crushed stone trench with a perforated pipe that overflows in this direction. I also could not find the outlet pipe over here. It's supposed to be somewhere within this hedge area with landscape. But the Henrys have lived here for years now, and they have not had any issues with flooding, which leads me to believe that all of the drainage improvements that were installed are properly working. So this was one of the differences between the approved plan and the as-built plan. What happened was, before all of this area was supposed to just shed in this direction, right now what they did in actuality is this neighboring lot slopes in this direction. As designed and approved, they should have continued going, but what they did is they actually built this up slightly so that the house would drain in this direction as well. So what they did was create a low point in their front yard. So that's why they needed to put this catch basin. So that catch basin and this perforated pipes from the gravel under here meet here and overflow in that direction. And I'm sorry, Charlotte, I was emailing myself the approved plan, so I wasn't paying complete attention to all the changes that you had mentioned, but the configuration of the driveway, as you can see, is slightly different. Let me pull the approved plan. You see how this driveway was supposed to be rectangular here, and then just turn around, and it was supposed to come beyond the garage. They changed it so it doesn't go beyond the garage, but now it goes further back. When I calculated the area of the driveway, it's actually 100 square feet less than the approved plan. So there wouldn't be, obviously, there would be very little decrease of stormwater, but no concern as far as an increase in stormwater. Yeah, and my only concern in checking the drainage improvements was the fact that I couldn't find the outlet pipes. So I had just recommended to expose them, just to make sure that they are working as proposed. But once again, if they have not had any flooding issues so far, then obviously they are, even though I can't find them, they are working as they were intended to work.
Armand, can you show us the other plan, please?
Yes, of course.
Oh, this is the only other plan you have?
Yeah, so this was the latest approved plan. I have, from what we submitted, we have the as-built plan and the planting plan.
So this, Charlotte, is that correct that this is the latest approved plan?
Yeah, so this was a minor changes request that was approved by the previous agent in 2016. I think it was March 2016. I think this plan is dated March 23rd, I believe. This is, yep.
Yeah, you see, I copied your plan, Charlotte. It has your sticky note.
Yep.
So yeah, it says revised plan dated 3/23/16.
So yeah, in comparison to this version of the plan, really it was what Carmen just explained in terms of creating that low point, adding in that catch basin and extending the gravel trenches and the pipes to just kind of flow down the property and then into the marsh. And so that's just really some of the deviations that I just wanted to clarify. And then just kind of adding to what Carmen suggested in terms of locating the outfall pipe, or the ends of the pipes. Part of a COC for stormwater permits, because this is also a 2012 stormwater permit, owner, everyone's expected to perpetually maintain their stormwater management systems. And that's a condition that would be issued with a stormwater COC. So, it seems to be working now, but, definitely maintaining that pipe and making sure that nothing is getting clogged is important.
So, Carmine, beside for finding those outlets, I think it would be a good management process to actually have something that spreads the water a little bit. You know, when you're looking at the topography here, a very large area is flowing into the low point, and then of course that's going to discharge through a single pipe. And then of course you've got one that's also discharging from the roof. So it seems like you're going to get a lot of flow, which is in one area. It's going to squeeze between the property line and the patio.
So when I was there, all of this area is very lush lawn. You can see here, this is the backyard, but it's the same quality of lawn in the front. So that catch basin is a yard, you know, it's in the yard. And from what Steve Fabrizio mentioned, this all goes, you know, it overflows in this direction, but all of this consists of perforated pipe and crushed stone. And I did not see any signs of erosion whatsoever, because that's what I was looking for, to try to find the pipes, because normally when you cannot find a pipe, you see where the direction of the water, because the water causes erosion and sedimentation. I could not find anything. So I really, because of that, I am not concerned about that, because I couldn't see any signs of erosion and sedimentation. However, you know, they should be exposed. But once again, up to now, they have been working properly. But that's the reason why I wasn't concerned, Chris, because that's exactly what I was looking for, to try to find the pipes in the first place.
Well, I mean, I think when the pipes are uncovered, you might then find problems, especially if you're trying to establish a meadow further down the hill. So,
Okay.
I mean, it's gonna need some kind of a splash block that spreads the water a little bit.
Okay, I would recommend maybe not very small stone, maybe like 3-inch stone around the outlet pipe once it's revealed, prior to, so I don't know exactly where it is, but prior to getting into the new meadow area.
Any comments from commissioners?
Yeah, it just seems like this is probably an area that's pretty soggy a lot of the time. It's pretty low. And dissipating that water could be tough. There may not be enough gradient to create much erosion, particularly if you've got turf grass there to prevent that. A splash block's probably a good idea, because you know, you've got to break the force of that water coming down the spout. But you know, you've still got this issue of probably having a pretty soggy lawn after a good rain. There's probably no way of fixing that or changing that.
Any other comments?
So this project is a 2008 NOI and a 2012 stormwater permit. So if we were to issue a COC tonight, it would be for the NOI and for the stormwater permit. So it'd be two separate ones. And then in terms of the order of conditions, I would just recommend our standard no herbicides, pesticides, fertilizer, et cetera, in the 100-foot buffer. And that would be condition number 35. And then, like I said, the stormwater COC has a template that includes that you have to perpetually maintain the stormwater management system. And that transcends ownership too. That just sticks with the property.
Okay. I will point out too that the fire pit actually crosses the 50-foot buffer. I'm just pointing it out. It's a very small area. After 14 years, I'm not sure we can. I mean, that's why people wait 14 years, because then we don't care. But shouldn't have taken you 14 years to come for this, and you shouldn't have put it in the buffer, and that's all I can say. Okay. Anything else? All right, I'm gonna make a motion to close the public hearing and to issue a certificate of compliance for, I'm gonna do these together. I can do these together, can I, Charlotte? Okay, for NOI 08-28 and stormwater permit 12-22 at 31 Otis Avenue with the additional condition number 30, what?
35.
35 for no, for limited, no pesticides, herbicides, and limitations.
Insecticides and fertilizers within the 100-foot buffer.
Well, it's a limited type of fertilizer, right?
No, we don't allow any fertilizer in the 100-foot buffer, and then we recommend a low nitrogen fertilizer outside of the 100-foot buffer.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second to issue certificate of compliance on NOI 08-28 and stormwater permit 12-22. Take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Next hearing this evening is an ANRAD 22-26. We're at 37 Lothrop Lane. We'll read it into the public record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Class of bylaws.
Chris, we're losing you.
Sorry. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, December 1st, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on Zoom platform for an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation, an ANRAD 22-26 from Jed and Rebecca, sorry for this one, Sinistvent, to delineate the boundary of bordering vegetative wetland at 37 Lothrop Lane.
Good evening, once again, Carmen Hudson from Merrill Engineers. I represent I am not going to even try to pronounce that name. It is the Willard Trust for me, for the owners of the property at 37 Lothrop Lane. This is an ANORAD plan that was submitted with the ANORAD application for the project. As you can see, there is a lot going on. So we will begin facing the ocean. There is a coastal beach at the bottom on this side of the property. As you go up, there is a coastal bank as well. So these buffer zones that we're showing here in green are the buffer zones to the coastal bank, because that is the most restrictive, the further landward resource area in this area. Here, there is a coastal dune. Over here, there is a drainage ditch that we are treating as an inland bank. So it also has, so that would be an intermittent stream. So that also has a 50 and a 100 zone, 50 and a 100 buffer zone associated with it. It's shown in blue. And over here, we have a BVW, and we're also showing a 50 and a 100 buffer zone to that BVW. As you can see, these wetlands are located off-site. The reason that we actually have them are because we have worked in these areas. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to tell. But since we know they're there, we're showing the buffer zones. So we're in front of you to confirm the delineation of these resource areas. All of them have 50 and 100-foot buffer zones. The funkiest one is always the coastal bank because of how it jumps. You know, it comes over here with the 100-foot buffer zone. The dune, it just goes up to here. This is the 100-foot buffer zone to the intermittent stream. And this is the 100-foot buffer zone to the BVW offsite. So only this area within the lot is outside all resource area buffers. Everything else is within the buffer zone to some kind of resource area. And I would love to answer any questions that you may have on this very complex plan. I know, I have to say, I'm very proud of Brendan for putting together such a colorful plan. Normally, I am the color lover in the office. But when I saw this plan, I was like, yeah, absolutely. I can definitely do your hearing tonight. I love the colors.
So to what end has all of this been delineated?
Well, so from what I understand, the homeowners would like to know what they can do on this lot. Because as you can see, and that's why we need to make sure that we verify this. The only thing that is outside of your jurisdiction is here. They just want, we just need to make sure that that is correct. If they want to put, I don't know, once again, I don't know what they're going to do, but let's say they want to do an addition, or they want to do a pool, or they want to do a patio, or anything, I mean, you have regulations for 50-foot buffers, and as we can see from what we've delineated, this is it as far as not, it not being within your wetlands jurisdiction. So that's the purpose. And that's also why I came to you for 80 North Main Street with that funky, coastal bank and buffer zones. When we start seeing projects that have really challenging resource areas, normally what we tell our clients is, look, first, before we do anything, let's confirm the wetlands. So that way, what you can do where. So that's the purpose of this.
Carmen, what's the how do the coastal bank zones stagger there? What's that distance? Just curious.
So the coastal bank also has a 50 and a 100-foot buffer zone. So the coastal bank, so what we normally do is to find the most restrictive part of a coastal bank, we go to the floodplain and see what the slope along the floodplain is. So in this case, the coastal bank is right here, and because it's landward of this coastal beach, that's what controls as far as the buffer zones are concerned. And this is a 50-foot buffer zone to the coastal bank, and this is the 100-foot buffer zone to the coastal bank. So all of this is within your jurisdiction.
Right, where they break, what's the difference there? How much of a distance where it goes to the red?
To the here?
Yeah, what's that distance where it staggers from the green?
Let me
Curious.
see. So I'm just going, it looks like about 20 feet, maybe 25 feet or so.
I'm curious how the slopes vary. We've been getting more of these, I think, and how the slopes change from year to year.
Or from year to year?
Yeah,
So
and it's just
here
anecdotal.
it really shouldn't change. The only area that could really change would be this long area, if there has been any fill, but all of this is ledge. I mean, this is right next to Sandy, Sandy Cove. Although there's just a lot of exposed ledge. Surprise, surprise, right? But as far as this area is concerned, really only this long area would change over time because, you know, you could put fill or extract some fill from the lawn. Otherwise, they're really limited because of the ledge. I don't know if I answered your question.
No, you did. Yeah, I didn't realize it was ledge there.
Yeah, so all of these areas that have this hatch, that's exposed ledge.
Understood. Okay.
So Carmen, can you show us, did you guys delineate what had already been disturbed? That, you know, that's an important consideration for us, is think areas that have already been disturbed were more lenient than areas that have never been disturbed. So
Okay.
it's not quite clear from this diagram. I can see on the satellite image that there is some lawn, there are some plantings and
Mhm.
things surrounding the house. I see a driveway.
Mhm.
So I think that that's going to prove to be important, depending on what they hope to do here.
Mhm.
Um,
So this, the ANORAD is simply to determine the resource areas.
Right.
However, we have an existing conditions plan, and you can see, you know, this is labeled as lawn, and we have trees, we have a riprap area, ledge, we have lawn over here, paved driveway over here. However, this, like, let's say we missed something, you know, or I don't know, we need more detail anywhere. We would have to do that for the notice of intent for whatever they decide to do, if they decide to do something, you know. Right now, what this filing is for is to check with you and make sure that what we're showing is correct. And then with this, then we send this over to our clients and have them decide, okay, you know, what do we want to do? Is it realistic, unrealistic? And for a notice of intent, certainly, yes. I mean, it only works in our favor, meaning, you know, in the client's favor to show everything that's developed, because it doesn't have that, you know, that the native habitat, you know, the value, but not for this filing. That's really not something important, I guess. Although, I mean, obviously you can see where there's dune and there's not a parking lot on top of it, but most of these wetlands are located off-site. I don't know what else. I feel like I'm not explaining myself very well tonight.
No, I understand. I think you've answered.
Charlotte, was this
my
property,
satisfaction.
sorry, Tom. Charlotte, was this property, did an NOI, was there an NOI submitted on this property within the last few years?
I can double check. Give me 1 second. But the one thing I'll just add, which Carmen already specified, is that the coastal beach just doesn't show the 50-foot and 100-foot buffer because, you know, obviously it would get a little bit messy with the coastal bank delineation and the 1,500-foot buffer. So depending on what the commission prefers, if we wanted to issue a modification to add those buffer zones, we could. So we could either do an accurate order of resource area delineation, or we could do a modification one if we wanted those buffer zones added. And then the second note I'll just add is, Carmen, correct me if I'm wrong, but the flood zone line pretty much indicates the land subject to coastal storm flowage, which is technically another resource area. So you got pretty much almost all of them on there. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna look and see if there was a recent submission. And we do have the owners on the call too. I'm not sure if they might be able to recollect if they recall anything being submitted within the last couple of years. No?
I don't think anything's been submitted.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, Jed. I apologize. I didn't know that you were on the meeting. I didn't want to even try to pronounce your name. I'm from Peru. English is my second language. So,
No, it's great. Thank you.
I don't see one for 37 Lothrop Lane,
Okay.
at least on my NOI log.
Okay. Very similar property.
There's one for 47. That was a long time ago, but I did find one for 47, just not for this one.
Any other questions by commissioners? Does everyone feel comfortable with it? Does anyone not feel comfortable with it?
I feel comfortable with it, but I like Charlotte's suggestion as to delineate the other
Buffers.
boundaries to, yes, to the,
The coastal beach?
yes, the coastal beach, yes.
Yeah, so we could add buffers, Charlotte, in pink. I think this, the difference in color is really helpful, so it should show nicely.
And Mr. Chair, I do have a question from the audience, but they're an anonymous attendee. Do we want them to confirm their name and address to address the question, or? do we
Yes,
want to read it?
please.
Okay, so thank you for your question, but for the person who typed it anonymously, can you please confirm your name and address, and we will address the question. If not, we cannot address anonymous comments. We'll give them a minute. Okay, Tim Namey from 55 Lothrop Lane. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, but he was asking, does the town verify this independently or require a second assessment to confirm this type of information? So I can start. Tim, thank you for your question. Mostly we have myself as the agent go out and verify where the flags were delineated. I will disclose I'm not a professional wetland scientist, but I do go out and I check the flags and I make sure that it is in alignment with the delineation policies for BVWs and for other coastal resource areas. So I did check that on the site plan, and with the coastal figures that you might be able to see a little bit further over on the screen for Coastal Bank. And so it kind of depends on the commission. So if we have serious questions about the accuracy of the delineations, we can definitely request an independent third party to look at it and confirm it. Unless the commission doesn't have concerns, we just review the application and the information and how the resource areas were delineated and if they were compliant with the policies, with the state regulations and our bylaws.
Which I will add on to that. It's exactly why I just asked if people feel comfortable or if they feel uncomfortable. It's a very complicated thing. We are reliant to a large degree on professional engineers doing their job properly. Whether this comes to us as an ANRAD or an NOI, and exactly why I asked if people feel comfortable with this.
Yeah, I'd say that echo that, Chris, that there's, I don't see any reason to question this, the delineation. And that's what that if we had some obvious thing that we could see that we thought was done wrong here, then we would start talking about having it fact checked, I would say. But an engineer signs and seals a document, and at the peril of losing their license, in fact, if they've done something intentionally wrong. So, I mean, it's not a full-fledged guarantee, but it's pretty good assurance that this is accurate.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Having no other questions or comments, I'll make a motion to. Tell me again, Charlotte, how I word this one.
Sorry, so it's an order of resource area delineation, and then the choices are accurate, modification, or inaccurate.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to recognize this ANRAD as accurate. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and second to note this ANRAD is accurate. We'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 400. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mhm.
Okay. Our next hearing this evening is a stormwater permit 22-31 at 26 Lambert Lane. I need to read this into the public record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, December 1st, 2022 at 6:30 PM via remote participation on a Zoom platform for stormwater permit 22-31 for the leveling and grading of a lot on existing residential property at 26 Lambert Lane for John Ormond.
Hi, John. Hi, Alton. Can you hear us?
You're both muted. Can you unmute them?
Nicole Alton, you want us to introduce the project?
Alton's still muted.
Hi, Alton, you're on mute. Can you unmute your desktop? It's on the bottom left of the screen.
Come on.
I'm calling him right now.
All right.
I'm trying to get there.
Okay,
You're there now.
Mute. Okay, I don't know where my mute is on this thing. It disappeared.
Okay, well, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, there you go. Very good. I apologize. I'm pretty awkward on this kind of stuff. You're not seeing me at all, or my screen ain't visible, and there we go. Okay, Alton Stone, registered professional engineer. I've been providing assistance to John Ormond regarding the stormwater permit and in general for the project he is pursuing at 26 Lambert's Lane. As a little overview, I think most of you are pretty familiar with this project, but the property has been divided into 4 approval not required lots and approved by the planning board using a common driveway. And the intention is to build 4 residences at some point.
Sorry to interrupt. Would you be able to share your screen of the plan that was submitted?
Pardon?
Would you be able to share your screen of the plan that was submitted, the site plan?
I think I just saw it came up a minute ago.
That
No.
might have
Up on your screen, maybe. Charlotte, you might have to share.
Sure, no problem. Let me pull that up real quick.
While it's coming up, the concept is to eventually construct, and not eventually, in the next year if such, 4 residential homes on the property. That to that end, Mr. Ormond began some initial tree clearing of dead and down trees that he thought were hazardous and unsightly on the property and needed to go. And unfortunately, he didn't get a permit, and I think everyone knows the history from that moment. Instead of simply submitting a permit for restoring the relatively small area that, shall we say, was altered and disturbed, that was staked out several weeks ago. He decided to, in fact, initiate some of the earthwork that is going to go forward to build the homes, the residences at this time, and submit an application for a much larger area. I think it's something I have in there in this order of 17,000 square feet by the time you look at all my lines there, and such that he could take down the old foundation, grade that area up with fill and grading, cut down what's called, I call the rock knob there, or just the knob cut there, cut that section behind his house. It's believed to be mostly earth and rocks, not ledge, although there's probably some underlying ledge. Level that out so a house could be built up in that area, and use that material to fill what I have termed the Vale area, which is north, I guess, north of it, if I'm right, which is the low area actually, or kind of the little valley there, which was actually the disturbed area. That's the area that largely was disturbed and altered during the tree clearing incident. And so actually, rather than restoring the whole thing, and then later on cutting this and filling it, he decided it would be more cost effective and a better deal simply to include the cut and the fill within this project. Similarly for the old foundation area. So that is his intent, and so the permit at this point in time is for the 17,000 square feet that would include the knob cut, the fill of the Vale area, and the removal of the old foundation and fill and grading in there. Then all these areas, this would be sort of ongoing, a first level of earthwork, if you will, toward the eventual build out of the property. No, there's going to be no impervious surfaces, no new impervious surfaces or anything constructed. It's strictly earthwork and landscaping, if you will. All material that is excavated from the site will remain on the site. We're not taking anything off the property. Some fill might be needed to build it, bring in if not enough is generated on the site. So as part of first of all, is that sort of clear what we're trying to do here first? Any questions on that portion?
I don't, is this 17,000 square feet delineated on a plan here somewhere?
Well, it should be. It's this. All these areas interconnect. If you'll see, I have the what I call the knob cut section here, which has a total area of 6,424 feet.
Yeah, I
And then
don't
if
see
you
the
go up to-
perimeter. Mr. Stone, I don't see the perimeter of that.
Yeah,
Well,
the earlier,
it's
the original plan you submitted has this. This is the flow plan. Charlotte, if you can bring up the other plan, it'll have those delineations.
This has it here. They're orange lines. Some of the colors don't show up that well when you do it in this nature.
So you're going to have 4 lots.
4 lots. But
and you say the planning board has approved these 4 lots?
If I'm not mistaken, is that correct, John?
Yeah, the A&R is approved.
They're
The NRC
approved.
Well, we haven't submitted yet because we might.
Wait a minute. It's approved, but you haven't submitted what?
I haven't recorded it with the deeds, with the deed. I haven't recorded with the county
Registry.
registry yet. So it's work in process. The permitting process here at Cohasset, I thought it would go faster. I've been trying to get the permit here for about a year now. And I'm trying to do a little work in the meantime, but the economy's slowing down now. So kind of slowing down the project and try to pick it up in the middle of the end of next year, maybe. So try to do a little grading work here, make the property look livable. Take out some dead trees, grade it, and plant some grass. And that's kind of the goal here. The other issues, it's really not relevant. What's relevant here is what we applied for, right? So there are other stories out there, and we applied for something here. And this is what we're talking about here tonight. So I'll just leave it at that.
Charlotte, could I ask you to read there was an enforcement order, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Would you read the relevant parts of that?
Sure. Do you want to pull it up? That might be easier.
Sure.
I can read it too, but I'll pull it
Yeah,
up.
no, sure. Yeah, pull it up. I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so yeah, just to refresh the commission's memory, we issued an enforcement order in October with 3 conditions. One was that the property owner will work with the agent, any interested commissioners, and in this case, it was myself and Mr. Bell, to stake and delineate the disturbed area for grading and reseeding for annual brine fescue mix, et cetera. And then the work that will be proposed is allowed as an emergency stormwater mitigation measure to stabilize soils and prevent runoff and erosion. So we did meet on site and we went over and staked the disturbed area with Alton, John, Mr. Bell, myself. And I'm sorry, John, I'm forgetting the other person who joined us.
Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. And then the second condition was within 30 days, the site must be stabilized per the conditions above. The Conservation Commission will be notified in writing once the disturbed area has been reseeded with photos of stabilized conditions. So this condition, unfortunately, has not yet been met due to some, weather delays and inability to install the hydroseed. However, the site has been temporarily partially stabilized with the wood chips that were used from cleaning up the debris. And then the third condition was by November 15th, the owner will submit to the commission a complete stormwater permit with all required documents per the Cohasset bylaw rules and regulations, and that the required stormwater calculations will be based on the original vegetated property conditions prior to the violation, and that a stamped site plan will include the full scope of the disturbance and total square foot of alteration on the site with any proposed stormwater mitigation features, including mitigation plantings. So the owner, I can confirm, Mr. Orman did submit a stormwater permit application on November 15th, and then additional documents, including some erosion control plans and other supplementary documents that the commission has, were received by the commission, have also been submitted.
The concept is to, rather than simply restoring that area, which is going to be altered again during the build out, if you will, that will be filled and graded and such, to be able to do the initial earthwork and get going on that and fill the area and then restore it afterwards into what it would be as a finished piece of property, graded, leveled, and then graded down to the low lawn area, and then loam placed, seeded, and I think we have 30 trees and shrubs were planned to be planted in there as well. So it would be a nice full restoration, if you will, leaving room again for a house to be constructed in that area, and a driveway to eventually be part of the common driveway. And so the work was also expanded over to take into account the old foundation so that that could be removed at this time. And the idea was to get going on some of the site work by including it in this permit, such that this hopefully side of the project would be done and in good shape prior to moving on to the rest of the work, which is much closer to the resource areas. This work is all quite far away from the resource areas. I agree, we're right on the edge of the 200 foot, but in terms of actually disturbing key property, it's all mostly developed where we're working. And, we're well over 100 feet from from any of the wetlands and that type of thing, with the grass lawn between us and woods and that type of thing. So we could get a good chance to get, Mr. Orman could get a good chance to get some work done under a very controlled fashion, and then move on progressively at a later date. I mean, if you're going to file a stormwater permit, you might as well try and get as much, work, I think is practical, as you can under that permit. So that is a point here. All the documents that were required under the original enforcement order have been submitted here, plans and the checklist and all these things, and have been submitted as well as fee taken care of by Mr. Orman, if I'm not mistaken. So that's where we are at this point in time, hoping to get this approved so that we can begin going forward with the work, and which will hopefully be done in a reasonable amount of time and be under control.
Okay, well,
Yeah, we don't want to have to come back and do it again. So once this is set up and stabilized, if we do submit another permit, then it won't even address this area. We won't be disturbing this area anymore.
well, actually, Mr. Orman, if you plan on building anything on the site that's going to alter it at all, you will have to come back to the Conservation Commission. What we would be looking at tonight, and what we are looking at tonight, is purely a a condition for what you have in your permit right now. It has nothing to do with home building. It has nothing to do with a future shared driveway, which by the way, under the planning department, only 3 homes can share a driveway. But what's going on in the future is not under review tonight. What's under review tonight is what's on the plan. And as I said, if you were going to build homes or whatever else you're going to do there, you are going to have to come back to Conservation Commission. This is purely if in fact you are going to go ahead and develop later on, even if it's a single home or if it's multiple homes, you will have to come back. What we're reviewing tonight is just a stormwater permit for what you have submitted to us.
That's certainly agreed, and that is the intent. This permit is simply for the work described here. That is part of the larger plan, but it has nothing to do with the larger plan at all. It's understood that once the property is design is taken care of, we will be having to come to the Conservation Commission because we'll be doing work within resource areas or near to them, and we will have to submit a complete stormwater plan for all of that. I mean, but at that point, it's going to be a pretty serious plan because we're going to have a lot of impervious surface going in that's going to have to be managed, in some fashion, retention, detention. I'm not sure infiltration will work very well there because of the soil, based on some preliminary hand auger holes we've performed. So I agree thoroughly with what you've said, Mr. McFarland, on that.
Okay.
Do you have a building permit yet to do anything?
No.
Now, the building department said to get this permit, and that would cover the permit for the removal of the rock wall there, the foundation. So we're not trying to build or do anything yet. We're waiting.
So you have no building permit. You haven't filed the lot lines with the deeds.
Yeah. Well, this slowed us up. We were going to do that. We probably would be here now with the full plan, but this slowed us up 3 or 4 months here.
Yeah.
So we didn't have
Like
enough time to get this
like
plan out and that plan. Alton was just too busy and I didn't have time either. So it just didn't work. That's why I was, frustrated with this because it slowed up the other plan. So we're 6 months
I
behind.
know. It's terrible.
Mhm.
Could you show me where the foundation is on this drawing?
It's yes, Charlotte, you're right there. It's up at the top, right there. That's the rock walls that are still there. And then you can see there's sort of a moderately leveled area in there, but around elevation 46, 48 in that area, which I expect was leveled for the building at one time or near level. And so the idea is to take all those stones down and out, and then, or most of them, and then to fill and grade to elevation 50 in that area, provide whatever sloping is needed to bring ourselves down over that steep bank area, if you will, and then make it suitable so that at some point in the next phase, not now, that a residence could in fact be built there.
Yeah, well, again, we don't need to talk about the residence that's going in. We need to talk about this plan.
Right.
Okay, so that's that area there. So, in the removal of the knob, what is the total area being disturbed?
6,424 feet, I believe.
That's on the high side too. We wanted to give ourselves extra room there just in case. We might go up to 62 there instead of 60. So but it's
Again,
just leveling out the property, just like there's some loose boulders on the left side of the house, just push them over the hill and fill on top of it.
again, you're talking about areas here that are not very well delineated on this plan. I do see that orange line. How many areas are we talking about?
Pardon?
Yeah, how many separate areas are we talking about here? That's
Three. I
Three.
divided it up into 3 because
Okay, so
there's
show us-
specific. Go ahead.
I can see your orange line there. Yeah.
Right. And then there's a
Nice to
green
get a little
line and
more
a blue line.
prominent. I think the driveway sort of hides what's actually going on here. You've got a lot of bold lines, and then you have these very faint lines here that we're supposed to somehow understand and process here. Not the best drawing.
Well, it's a matter of some of these colors don't work as best as they can, and it's when you print it out like this and then you kind of zoom it into a meeting like this, it really gets blanched down. If you look at the plan itself, I think you'll see it's pretty bright and the lines are fat.
Yeah, I understand, but
But
you're presenting this on Zoom, so as an engineer, I would expect to see a drawing that didn't have 1,000 different things on it when you only are talking about 2 or 3 here. I mean, this is encyclopedic and so therefore difficult to really grasp exactly what's going on here. We don't know where these new lots are going to be. It's probably premature to be talking about them, as Chris says. Still, it'll have an impact on how any of this plays out. If you recall, the understanding was you had to bring this back to where it was after you had done all this work without any permitting at all. That's why you got an enforcement order.
I don't know about that.
And suddenly we're back, you're back before us here with a grand plan. We have no idea whether you're going to be able to complete it. Yet you want to do a massive alteration to the topography here.
It's the law. You're allowed to do it. If you live in a house, you're allowed to grade your lawn. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why you rejected that. We live in the United States.
Tens, if not hundreds of cubic yards of stone here. We're not talking about.
There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people that live here already have done that to their properties. A lot of houses in Cohasset had this much work done. I don't know.
Yes.
We're not asking for anything unusual here. Why do you think, why are you making it like we are?
Well, because it didn't happen in the normal process, that's why.
Well, but we're giving ourselves more room now because we need to clear out there's a couple of more trees that fell in the back. And there's stumps back there and there's a foundation. We're just giving ourselves more room to work because we don't want to go over any lines anymore.
2
So we're
years
giving
ago,
ourselves
this
plenty
lot
of room
was
to work.
heavily wooded. 2 years ago, this lot was heavily wooded.
No, it wasn't. It used to be a wheat field. I have pictures of it. I can show you
Want to
pictures
go
of it.
back to the 18th.
And I don't think that's relevant. I think what's relevant is the before and after water calculations by law. So I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, Elton, I'll let you continue.
Satellite image of this lot, and in 2020, it was heavily wooded. And now you've cut everything, almost.
Well, no, they were dead trees. They fell on the left side. I have pictures of them. You can see the things that came up the
Dead
roots.
trees,
And we
all have
replanted.
green leaves,
Hey, we
Mr. Barr.
replanted 20 trees here, 30 trees, and only 10 trees came out. So the net difference is a positive gain, and there's more privacy for the neighbors.
Okay, we don't need to get into a pissing match over this thing. We don't know anything about planting of 30 trees. We do know that this enforcement order came about because of trees being cut down. So Charlotte, have you reviewed the pre and post construction on this?
Yes, I can pull those up just so that we can see them, but it looks like with the proposed work, and Alton, please correct me if I'm wrong, you organized it into 3 subcatchments, and you did do the 210 100-year peak rate and volume runoff calculations, and they are lesser than pre-construction. I'm going to pull it up just so that we can see it, but I just didn't know if you wanted to add anything while I do that.
Well, I just thought it made sense first because there are very different areas there, the knob, and then there's the Vale, which was the original area, which was disturbed, shall we say, and altered. And I used as best I could the original vegetation there. And then there's a foundation area, which is very different in its own. So rather than just trying to lump those per se into one curve number, I thought it made more sense to look at each as an individual so we could see what was happening in each of these areas where we proposed work. And then they were put together as a total sum for the work area itself.
With your revised HydroCAD report that you submitted today, did you redo the summary sheet? Because I know you had originally submitted the stormwater summary, but since you provided an updated HydroCAD report, I didn't know if you also did the summary forms again. So I'll pull up the original ones that you sent, but I just didn't know if you had an updated sheet before we look at this.
I apologize. That one slipped by me, Charlotte.
Okay, yeah, so these were the original
I
ones.
will
that
redo
you-
them. I will
Okay.
certainly redo them.
Okay, yeah, so these are the original ones that you submitted. So you did the one sub watershed for the knob cut. And just by looking here, looks like things are being reduced.
The results are pretty, in some ways, pretty similar.
And then you
You
did
see,
the,
most of it has a curve number of 80 is the most popular one. And that's in a lot of places because grass lawn is like in the 80s, woods, good condition, woods, understory, woods, brush, woods, grass. Most all of these things fall in the 80 curve number range, 70 to 80. And we don't have any impervious surface except the ledge, which comes in as a 96, 98, however you want to look at it, as a, a totally impervious surface. So there's not a lot of change from my new numbers to what was there before. It's more or less the same outcome. It's just they may be bigger because I've got a bigger area I'm modeling right now.
okay, yeah, so in your original report, this was the only one that was just a tad higher. So I guess we just need to see the revised, summary this was for the foundation subcatchment area. So we would just need to see the revised numbers here from your HydroCAD report that you submitted today.
Well, will
just-
do.
Okay.
I summarized in the stormwater report. I have a
Mhm.
table there which summarizes all these too for
Okay.
each of the areas pre and post for each of the design storms. Was
that in your HydroCAD report? I can pull it up again.
Well, it's not. It's in the stormwater report.
Oh.
I sent a package that had a cover sheet on it. Then it had the stormwater
Yep.
checklist. Then it had an erosion control plan, and then it had my stormwater report. So those were all under that cover, if you will. And then the big plan came separately, and the HydroCAD report, which you can use as a doorstop, I guess, for all that anyone can ever read them.
So Mr. Stone, is in the way you've done this, breaking it into multiple areas, is the entire property covered?
No.
Well,
Just my outlined areas are modeled because those are the ones we're working in. The idea was to show we're gonna disturb 17,000 square feet plus or minus. Okay, what's the existing runoff from that 17,000 square feet? And what's the proposed gonna be?
Charlotte, is that correct?
Pardon?
Mr. Stone is saying that because 17,000 is disrupted, that's the extent of the stormwater permit? Doesn't the stormwater permit cover the entire property?
I would say no until we develop the entire property.
So normally when when a stormwater permit is submitted, whether it's administrative or a full one like this one, it is for the entire property. So yes, I mean, you show where the disturbances and the alteration is going to be on the site plan, but the stormwater permit itself is for the entire property, not just for the specific area that you're disturbing or altering.
Yeah, all the rest of the property is a constant. So I can model that in there and let's say it's X amount of stuff, but it's a constant under pre and post. It's not changing. It's just a constant number with additional water.
We
And so, I
understand.
mean, the meat of it is in what's happening in the work area, because that's where the change is. I mean, the
Right, but-
driveway is the driveway. The rocks are the rocks on the rest of the property and the lawn's the lawn, but there's no change there. The
We-
runoff's gonna be the same.
We understand, but that's not the way that the permit is typically submitted.
I would guess that sir, you're trying to make one size fits all here. I mean, normally these aren't done for, in my opinion, or my experience, for smaller areas like this. You're usually doing this when you're doing a full house lot, or maybe you're doing a subdivision, and these types of things is where you're gonna do the entire property. Makes sense because you're pretty much altering the entire property. You're putting in lawns, you're putting houses, you're putting retaining walls in, maybe keeping some areas as woods or whatever. But it's all kind of changing. The whole piece of property is changing. Here, only 17,000 square feet of over an acre of property are changing, and all the rest is a constant.
It's only like it's less than a half acre. It's about a third of an acre, or maybe 20% of the total property's footprint.
Do you have a planting scheme for those areas?
Yeah, we put it out there. It's on the plan. All the new trees are there in green.
And besides for trees?
Yeah, the grass, I think he put it in the legend on the plan.
Well, the tree is there. The rest is to be, like we said, all these surfaces are intended to be loamed and seeded and stabilized as necessary with wood chips, wood chip berms, erosion control blankets, sheeting, matting, however you like it, to make sure that there's not significant run-on or erosion. And we have the wattles at the bottom to retain any sediment that happens to wash off. Now, the hope is it might be hydroseeded, because that stuff kind of puts down it's like almost a varnish cover, if you will, as I recall it, such that it pretty much holds stuff and holds the seeding in place within it and limits erosion, although I have on occasions had to put straw over it to really hold it down a bit more. But that's sort of the perspective. Everything's going to have a mixed erosion control mix with the winter rye and that type of seed mix. And these trees planted, which are both there to provide screening as well as stormwater control to a certain amount. And I would anticipate that when actually the final design comes and it's scheduled more with some real landscaping plans, that's where there'll be some serious landscaping, if you will, that there will be a lot more trees and shrubs going in.
Okay, so your base numbers are based on what ground cover?
When you say my base numbers, you mean my model?
Yes,
Pre-existing
conditioned model.
Yeah, that was based on, it's in the report. And I think it's in my runoff report. I think I put in there where the stormwater report, what I used for the existing before the alteration. And it was a mix of some of the lower area, if you will, as you get down to elevation, where is 40 something, 46 there perhaps, is from there on down, it was pretty much grass, if you will, not necessarily in great shape at that time, but the trees were further up slope, if you will. And I think I modeled that as some of it as trees, some of it as trees and grass. I think trees and shrubs right here. If we go down to, well, and somewhere in here I list what I had, I believe. Oh, vegetated cover restaurant for existing pre-development conditions was based on the type there. You can read it. Amount of cover present in the area prior to disturbance alteration. Covers estimating da. So at existing, all what we have here again is hydrologic soil group D, the Hollis ledge, it's rock outcrop Hollis complex. And so I used 3 there, woods grass, CN 82. You can see they're all in the 80s there. Grass, good condition, 80. Grass, fair condition, 84. Woods grass. I mean, so those are the vegetation covers and curve numbers I employed. And I think you're going to find that whatever you put up there would be in that 80 range. And at that point, based on my experience, there's not a significant difference. You know, you go from 84 to 83 or 82 to 81, you don't make a huge difference unless you're doing acres and acres. You know, and it's kind of awkward to try and differentiate those areas, if you will, because this model works best when you have clearly defined areas you're working with. You know, you have house roofs, driveways, walls, you bam those down and you can quickly get the impervious area and compare it to one of these numbers, which is what you do, because that's probably what it was beforehand. But, you know, trying to look at an existing vegetated area compared to a new vegetated area it's like we would almost be technically an ecological investigation, botanical, get in there and, you know, try and square foot every area that's this or that. So you take your best approach if you can, and try and make some fair assumptions. And that's what I thought I did here. Those are all, I think, pretty reasonable curve numbers, and probably what we got there.
I agree with that, that the difference between 80 and 82 or 81 is probably not significant. So I don't think we expected you to necessarily map every tree that had been cut based on satellite imagery. So I don't really have a problem with that. I guess what troubles me here is that the commission has seen this play out a few times in the last few years, where a landowner will clear cut his property with the intention of developing it, but they'll clear cut it just out of the blue. Suddenly we get calls from neighbors, hey, this guy's cutting all the trees down on his property. I think that's what happened here, in fact. And these have always been problematic for us. They're difficult to evaluate, I would say. Doesn't build a lot of trust between applicants and the commission when we start out like that. Nevertheless, we are bound by our bylaws to proceed here.
I mean, we gave an area to Charlotte of, I think, 2,800 square feet, and the guy with the machine went outside of it a little bit. So yeah, we should have been stricter with that. I'll take, you know, it's
Well, I'll just
communication
say that
between me and the other
based
guy.
on the satellite imagery, Mr. Orman, you've clear cut your property.
No, there's a lot of trees left on
And
them.
let me
just-
point something else out too. When you do divide this into lots, there is a restriction that you can only cut down about 70% of the.
No, only on new lots.
Area.
No, I don't think you understand the laws. Only on new lots, not existing lots. So
Oh,
I would
don't
go
think we're
back,
gonna be
Charlotte, maybe.
cutting- John,
Okay, we're not-
These are
let's-
new
let's
lots.
not-
No, they're
I
not.
think
They're still,
You just made them into new lots, haven't you?
not yet. Technically not yet. And that
Oh,
was,
so the lots don't exist yet.
yes, correct. It's still one single lot.
well.
And we are
again,
putting
I think
back-
we're-
I mean, granted, we're gonna put back
splitting
more
hairs
trees.
here. We're
Well,
splitting.
the reality is,
hairs.
I don't want to
This
argue
seems
with you about trees, but we're going to put back more trees than came out. It's going to look better, right? We're going to put pine trees in, really nice maples, all kinds of really great trees. It's going to
Well,
look great.
Yeah,
So,
Mr.
That's not
Orman,
what's
you
shown on the
you can
plan,
keep,
right?
you can keep talking, and when you're
Yeah.
done, can I talk?
yeah, sure.
Well, go ahead, say whatever you want to say.
Well, you said you wanted to talk.
But
So,
no, you're the one who wants to keep
Okay,
talking.
all
I
right.
mean, it's obvious we're going to, like, if we're like, we're going to plant trees, we're going to plant more trees than came out, and we're going to make it look nicer. That's the goal here, is to make it look nicer. It was a rough property that was overgrown. It was dumped on. There's a whole area where they dumped garbage for like 30 years. There's all kinds of oil cans and stuff on one side of the property. It was a mess. And like, you know, granted, I have to live here. I have kids that come over. We play Frisbee. I have parties. It's a small house. I live here. I need to have a clean yard. If you had a couple of trees that were overgrown and fell over and you went to clear them and the Conservation Commission said to you, you need a permit, you're not allowed to cut your trees because Cohasset has a law, you know, whatever. I think that's like not the intent of the law. You're allowed to maintain your property. And we're planning more, we are going to build some new houses here eventually, but we're going to, like, you know, basically we're putting back more trees than we're taking out. So our overall intent is good. And then trees that are coming out were black locust. They're old leaning dead trees that were very tall and had very low leaf coverage. We're going to put in some, you know, beautiful maples, some evergreens. There's going to be a lot of really nice landscaping going on here. And
Do
but
you have
it's
something
coming
new
in
to say?
time.
I mean, you've said the same thing now for like 5 minutes. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful. None of that is relevant to our decision-making process. None of it.
well, it's basically more trees. That's what you want. You want more trees. More trees are coming. So
No,
we answered your,
what we want is compliance with our bylaws, Mr. Ormond.
Yeah, it is compliance. There's
You
less
can-
water.
You can,
There's
you can
less,
tell us how many tree, you can submit a planting plan, which we appreciate. We can look at that and evaluate that. But really ranting on about how beautiful it's going to be and how you're improving it and how this ought to be our intent of how we judge this project is irrelevant.
well, what's also important is that you understand the laws, because I think you're citing laws that are irrelevant or incorrect. So I think you might be, I think, we have to check with Charlotte. I'd say maybe Charlotte, myself, and you sit down during the week and let's talk to the counselor and go over the laws here about cutting these trees, because you're overstepping your bounds, clearly.
I think
All this has to be done in a public meeting.
Okay, all right.
I think we're beating the same old question to death here. The fact of the matter is, right or wrong, the trees were cut. And you can debate whether that was allowable or not till the cows come home. But the fact is an area that we're planning to fill, with the disturbed area is planning to be filled and restored under our plan. And that is the main point there, that we are going to be completing what the commission has basically requested with the enforcement order. And what happens to the rest of the property, you'll have a say on later on. I don't think there'll be a lot more tree clearing to go on the property, that most of the trees, which are, if you see to the right of, you see the existing driveway coming in there, to the right of the yarding area, that's all pretty steep, and it's well treed from that erosion, from that ECL line I have. That's a steep cliff area sort of, and then it goes down to the riparian zone. That is a very thick wooded area, and I can't see any purpose that we would be cutting trees there, because it's not usable for anything else. So they might as well stay. You can look at that topography. What are you going to do there? Well, I guess you could cut another huge cut, but I think we're done cutting. We got our cut up there. So I don't see why there'd be a lot more tree clearing. I think what you would see is in the final landscaping, obviously, there's trees going down along driveways and whatever, and some areas that might be, built out as shrub beds or whatever you want, nice areas. But that's all in the future. I'm just trying to say, I don't think there's going to be a lot more tree cutting. And if it is, it would be only, dead ones.
Okay.
I'm just,
So the property as a whole has to have whether it's whether the outside of your areas is constant or not, the overall property has got to have its numbers calculated for that. Obviously there's, the excavations can happen whenever, but the stabilization, the site's not stable. It's not going to be stable until spring.
But it is stable. We spread hay.
Yeah, I don't
spread chips.
know. Yeah, wood chips don't do anything. They just wash down the hill with the dirt.
we will certainly work to stabilize it, as we mentioned, with whatever erosion
Yeah.
controls we need, netting or any number of things. Is the point.
Okay. So Charlotte, what are we missing from this permit? I mean, from my perspective, I feel like this is it's kind of piecemealed here. I don't see how these bigger areas are going to be modified without kind of extending into other areas. But-
Sorry, are you just asking like what additional information we would want to see, or just document wise, or both?
Well, I mean, there are still trees on this site, are there not?
Yes,
And there are trees on the knob,
a few on the border.
right? So potentially these are going to be taken out when this work is done.
No, we're gonna leave a couple of, there's a couple of
Okay,
maples in the middle there. We're gonna leave.
we need to see what trees are on the site still. We need to see which ones are coming out. We need to have a overall tabulation of what the stormwater is. And we need and we need specifics as far as planting is concerned. Everything's a little loose. I mean, it's talking about loam and seed, it's talking about shrubs and trees, it's talking about arborvitae and red spruce. But we, you know, I don't. So, I mean, we need to kind of have the specifics for each of those. I suppose that these drainage patterns are based on the existing. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. I mean, if you flatten these areas, they're not going to drain at all. So,
Well, excuse me, when I say leveled, there's always going to be a 1 or 2%
Well,
slope, away from the homes and somewhere. So I mean,
show
it's not
show
truly
it
level.
show it to us. You're showing a 60-foot a 60 contour going around, and it's basically flat. Give me some high points, give me some low points, and make it understand. Or is this the proposed flow in the future?
No,
I don't know if this is existing or proposed.
that flow is pretty much existing, but it's likely to be there in the future as well.
Well,
In other words-
likely.
Well, it
is-
will be. In other words, with this, we're not, in other words, look at from the existing house. This flow that now goes to the, I guess, south and east, and that's going to continue to do so. And this flow that even when the knob is cut, there's still a real strong cliff there that is not going to disappear, or a very steep bank, if you will. And the water is going to continue to go down that bank from the house and from that area, and then down the slope of the Vale area. As you can see where I have, I mean, it's, and you know, I put in the proposed contours where in fact there's going to be a change because we have to slope there. That slope has to grade its way down to, you know, the lawn area from the fill area higher up.
Understood. But we need more specifics, is what I'm saying.
All right, so you'd like, in terms of the planting in particular, sir? you'd
No,
like more
well, I mean,
And
if
and
the whole,
topography.
if the entire site is going to be planted with a grass mix, then it just needs to say that the entire, the area that's going to receive, that's going to be disturbed, in the area that's going to be replanted. I mean, that it seems pretty clear that that's what's going to happen.
Well, it notes individually that each of the areas I have, knob, Vale fill area, and the foundation are all upon the end of the filling and the cutting and the work are all going to, and the rough and somewhat final grading, finished grading, are all going to have at least 4 inches of loam and be seeded. And then all that area, that 17,000 square feet, except maybe a few rocks sticking out or pieces of ledge here and there, are all going to be loamed and seeded. And then trees placed within it, as shown on this plan. So the intent is to have everything loamed and seeded nicely to protect it and make it a pleasant area.
Yeah, I think if you number the trees, Elton, and put the species of trees on each one, that would help. And I think if we just highlight the areas with shades of where the grass is, I think that might help as well.
So if I may make a suggestion, this kind of depends on the project, but what it seems like what I'm gathering from the commission is that, since there's a lot of information on the plan, which is good, it's kind of mixing it up of what's existing and what's proposed. So there's no rhyme or reason to this, but in this case, I would maybe recommend an existing conditions site plan showing all of the existing conditions, the original disturbed area, and all of the, existing grades and everything on one map, and then showing the proposed conditions on a second plan where it's a little bit easier to kind of spread that information apart so that we can clearly see what's currently there, what was disturbed, and then what is being proposed. And then that might help kind of, pull apart all the information on this plan and kind of break it down so that it's easier to digest. And then in doing that, we can add that additional information that the commission is suggesting. And I'm happy to come up with a list after the hearing. I admit I didn't look at this in great detail today since it was submitted before the meeting, but I'm happy to do that and try and come up with a list of what might be easiest in terms of how to, present this information to the commission on site plans. But usually some engineers do existing site plan and proposed condition site plan in 2 separate pages.
I usually do one when it's a more major project, if you will. It's pretty standard to do an existing conditions, when you're doing a subdivision or something of that nature. Or a big project, and that certainly can be done here as well. Do an existing conditions one, and then do a proposed conditions one with the fit, with the new grading and that type of thing. And so we can put more information regarding each condition existing proposed on the plans, because we won't be having competition between existing and proposed. So I have no problem with doing that. That's pretty standard work to be done.
Okay. Any other
So
comments?
you'll write that up, Cheryl, for us? Checklist of,
Sorry, was that a question to me?
yeah, we probably need a checklist of what you want us to include on the plan for Alton.
Yes, I can put that together. Normally, like I said, I admit I didn't have enough time to do that today, but normally whenever I get a site plan, I will look at it and I will go through the rules and regulations and the bylaws and what information is typically required. And I'll go through that in detail for every time I get a plan. And I can provide suggestions on what to really include that would make it really clear whether the proposed project complies with our rules and regulations. So you definitely have a lot of the core information on here of what you're proposing to do. I think we just really need to tune this up a little bit and maybe separate, as Alton said he was willing to do, just separate 2 separate pages with an existing conditions plan showing all of the existing conditions and the disturbed area, as well as the proposed site plan with all of that information that the commission seems to want for more clarity.
It sounds great. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to continue this hearing until December the 15th. If there's a problem with meeting that date, you can talk to Charlotte and we'll go from there. But as for tonight, we're going to continue to December the 15th.
Now, may I ask you a question, Charlotte? Am I still on here?
Yes.
You want all kinds of details on how trees, I get tired of plans that show all these details, how a tree is supposed to be planted with, showing the guy wires and the size of the hole and all of that kind of stuff. I figure, by God, if you don't have someone who knows how to do that, you're in trouble on your project. But anyway, do tell me if you want drawing details on stuff, mention that as well, if
Sure.
you could, if you want to see that and all the others that typically can show up.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can provide those suggestions. And it really depends, every project's different. So it really does depend on, there's, the information is consistent in our regulations and bylaws, but in terms of, what you need to show for each project, obviously that's going to differ. So I'll do a deep dive on this, the site plan that you submitted today, and we can try to split those 2 views up so that it's easier for the commission to, evaluate compliance with the enforcement order and with our regulations.
Okay, great. We're continued. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And then in addition, the revised sheets that you talked about.
Correct. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, and there's probably be some other revision. Well, as I do this, may be other revision in some of the other documents as well as we move things around and change a bit, but I'll try and minimize that, but I got to show what's going on.
Okay. Yeah,
And,
sometimes it also would help to put everything in one, not the site plans, but like all the documents that you provided, like the checklist, the erosion control plan, putting all those in one PDF and just submitting that, and then the commission can go through that, and then the site plans separately. So that's usually the easiest way to do it.
Well, I think I tried to do that. Maybe I lost something, but I think I had everything in there, the checklist, my report, all in there. The only thing I didn't put in there is the big fat HydroCAD printout package.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think
You can use that for a
yeah.
doorstop or whatever. I mean,
Mhm.
Your choice.
Okay,
Okay.
But I keep that separate because that rarely goes very far.
okay.
Okay,
And then there's the two plans, if you will.
Mhm.
The drawings, oh, will be drawing sets, right? Sets of two drawings. And more is needed.
Correct. Thank you.
okay,
All right, well, thank you,
thank
the
you,
commission.
thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Okay, our next hearing this evening is Stormwater Permit 22-29 for 110 Jerusalem Road. This was continued from November 17th.
Hi, Rich, can you hear us?
Was this continued a
Yeah.
second time?
Yes, so we continued it from 11/17 to 12/1. It was going to be on 11/22, but they requested to continue to today.
Okay, and were the four commissioners who were present this evening present at the 11/17 hearing?
Yes, we never, we technically opened the hearing and read the.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, we
All right.
we couldn't have the meeting, so we didn't have any hearing for this project yet. We just opened up with the public.
Okay,
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. So it doesn't make sense for me to introduce the project?
yes,
so-
it does.
Yeah.
We only
we
read
shared
the
the public
public
notice.
record. That's all we did.
Okay. My name is Rich Williams with Williams and Sparagus. We're the civil engineers on this project. Our clients, Kristen and Micah Moreau, are proposing some work on the site, as you know. And it's a multi-phase project, and it probably makes sense for me to share my screen if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Can you guys see that?
Yes, we can.
All right, so this is the project. It's 110 Jerusalem Road. The lot has frontage on Bow Street, but is accessed through a common drive and comes in the back of the lot. This, I'll zoom up. The existing house, when the project started, was the area that's outlined here. It also included this hatched area. That hatched area is removed, and a smaller addition in that location is proposed and is located here. And also another addition that's located here in the location of what is currently landscaped yard and a patio. In addition to that work, the applicants are proposing improvements to the driveway, which are repaving and doing some decorative borders, which are pavers, an interior paver, and parking area here. Currently, the driveway is out here, and we're going to take that pavement out, move it over here, and then a slight reconfiguration of the driveway here, and an expansion of the driveway in this location to make this turnaround. Also proposing a paver patio in the back of the house, as well as a porch. That patio is accessed from a covered porch that exists today. Comes off, that is raised by a wall at the back side of the patio. It's about 2 feet high. In addition to that, proposing, there's an existing pool and patio out there now, proposing to leave the pool, but replace the patio with pervious pavers and construct a pool house. Currently, the existing house, all of that, the roof runoff discharges to the lawn surface around the house. And then off the property overland, and all of the other paved surfaces discharge off the property as well. The nice thing that this project has going for it is we're able to collect in the proposed condition, collect the whole roof and put it into an infiltration system. And in doing that, we're also picking up the roof of the pool house and collecting that as well. So in doing that, we can mitigate for the effects of any of the additional impervious areas. We have, and this is actually an excerpt of the stormwater report, but we've provided a stormwater report, and our initial design was just one watershed, and one of your members correctly pointed out that the runoff actually does go in multiple directions here. So we revised the report. We've got 3 watersheds, which we analyzed individually and provided comparison tables for each of those. And those are provided near the front of the report. It's 1S, 2S, and 3S. And all the storms, the 210 and the 100, the rate, and the 210 and the 100 and the volume on those 3, we have no increase or a decrease in runoff off the property. And just so you can see, these are the 3 watersheds. 1, 2, and 3 in the existing condition. And then 1, 2, and 3 in the proposed condition. And we've done a separate watershed for the roof because that goes directly to this infiltration system. That infiltration system is a Caltech type system. It's a subsurface chamber system that's set on crushed stone. We do them all the time. They work great for roof applications. We've got on the site plan, we've got siltation control proposed in all of the down gradient areas. There's some areas up here where we don't have siltation control because it's uphill. Well, that's like a mound of ledge up here, so nothing's going in that direction. But we've got silt fence and I forget if it's straw wattle or silt sock and silt fence combination proposed around the whole site. The yard now is landscaped, and we've provided a proposed landscape plan at the end of this report, which shows in the finished condition what the new landscaping regime is going to be. For the most part, the trees are staying. There was one tree under this subsurface system that had to go just because it's really the only good location for that subsurface system. There were in the back, which is really the only place to do it. There were 2 locations that had a substantial amount of soil, one here, one here. This was really the only appropriate area to do it. The rest of the lot, and as you can see by the stormwater calcs, are D-type soils. It's a lot very shallow at the ledge, and so this was really the only location, and the result of that was the removal of one tree here. But the perimeter of the site's going to stay, and we're actually adding some landscaping here where there's currently a big driveway turnaround. And I think with that, I'll open it up to questions.
I just have one, but I just would say that nice work on the plan and delivering the information. I noticed that the 100-year storm cites 6.6 inches of precipitation. And that seems a bit low. I think we're accustomed to seeing somewhere in the neighborhood of 8.5 to 9 inches for a 100-year storm here. So I wonder what the origin of that 6.6 inches is.
From the DEP, from TR 55.
Huh. So, and that covers this specific lot. I'm not that familiar with the TR 55 table.
It does. I mean, there are other sources of rainfall, like the NOAA Atlas, which have a higher number.
Right.
But I didn't see where that was required.
No,
We could model it with the higher numbers. I suspect it's going to come out the same because most of the existing condition is runoff because of the de-soils. We're really trading impervious for impervious, if you know what I mean.
yeah. Thank you.
Rich, I just had one question. So I did talk to Sean Tully about this on site, that some of the proposed work that's specified on the site plan has actually already been done. And I believe it's most of the proposed house work, but would you be able to kind of clarify that for us and walk us through why it didn't need a stormwater permit at the time? I believe it was staying under the threshold of the net increase of 500 square feet and or under the 5,000 square foot alteration. But can you specify which of the proposed work on the site plan has already been done? I do have
Yes.
photos too, but.
Yeah. This is, I'm gonna just flip between the existing and the proposed watershed, then I'll go back to the site plan because it's a little clearer. But this is the existing footprint of the house. And this is the proposed, and if we zoom in, we were taking out this piece and this patio, and the increase, which was this, was less than those two. So we were under the 500. I think it was only like 100 square feet of additional impervious area. And we knew that we were coming back in because we were trying to figure out what the total landscaping package was. We knew we were coming back in with the final landscaping project was, so we knew we would be doing this exercise that we're going through now.
Mr. Williams, while you're here, I see a number of trees in the area of the Cultec system. You said one tree is coming out. What's being shown on this plan?
Those trees, that's the canopy. The trees are up here.
Yeah. And those are all staying?
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
What's the depth of the Cultec system, and did you do test pits? I'm sorry if
We
I
did. They're on the plan. There's a little table on the, bear with me for 1 second. This is the information for the stormwater system. The groundwater elevation at that location was 169, I'm sorry, 149.2. And the bottom of the units they were proposing is 152, and the bottom of the stone below it is 151.5. The bear with me for 1 second. Take it to the. So these are the two test holes that we did. where we're doing the infiltration system, we were down 65 inches to refusal, but the groundwater was like 13 inches above that.
So you got about 5 feet to work with here. Is that,
That's right, yeah. It's there's a little valley of dirt in there, and that's really the, like I said, it's really the only logical place to put this system.
I'm gonna ask you to go back to that plan, the one you just showed, that it showed all the utilities running through that area as well. So,
Yep, bear with me. Get back there.
do you have a, so do you have a, you don't have a plan that actually shows tree removal, right? Because you're saying it's just one tree?
Correct.
But you have a proposed retaining wall, you have water, sewer, gas, all running through there. So it doesn't seem likely you're only going to take one tree out. And what is the one tree you're saying is coming out? Is it the,
It's on the landscape plan.
other direction?
It's this tree back here. It's gonna generate this tree back here.
But the landscape plan is not showing the trees that are up by the wall.
It is showing in
Well,
here.
it's showing two. There were 5 or 6 there to begin with.
One, two, three, 4 trees.
And there's 18 is further up the 5.
1, 2, 3, 4. This is a manhole.
No, come further there. Thank
This
you.
one,
Yep.
yeah.
Are there any other trees on the site that aren't shown or to be removed?
Well, there's a lot of trees at the edge that aren't shown, but we're not touching those,
Okay,
and nothing in the backyard. See, these trees are, this is all lawn. Like if you,
yeah,
you go and look at it, this is lawn underneath here.
right.
And that's how it's modeled in the stormwater. If you know what I mean.
Right, but you're still taking the trees out. I mean, you know, vegetation to be removed as part of the plan requirements. And then it seems that you have isn't that a retaining wall around that manhole system? For that manhole?
That exists now. That's the
Right,
existing
so-
retaining wall.
So these stairs are gonna walk right down to a wall? How's that gonna work? Are they walking? The wall's kind of splitting the stairs. That's why I'm asking about it.
Yeah, that wall is going to come out.
Okay,
It's not a very, it's, that wall was like 8 inches high.
but the contour is tying to it. So how's that? Where's that contour gonna go to? 56, it's gonna go to the bottom of the wall.
Bottom wall is 56, so it's gonna go into the bottom of the wall. This is extremely flat. You could move this contour up and down. There's only like a couple of inches across that here.
Right. But it's pretty clear that all those trees are gonna come out.
They're not coming out. They're not all coming out. They're
Well, you can't run 3 utility lines and build a retaining wall and remove a retaining wall and put a Cultec system and not have those trees remain. I mean, you're gonna drive around the whole house to get to the Cultec system, to put the Cultec system in?
No, you don't, you can drive through there. Those are all
Oh,
the,
under the
it's,
trees.
it's, the understory is very tall, if you know what I mean.
Okay, so you can drive through, but you're
Yeah,
still,
you can drive through there.
you're still
And those
trenching.
utilities are, they're general in location. They're gonna move around. They were just showing the general location. We're not gonna take trees down to put the utilities in. Those are already in, actually. And they're up adjacent to the house.
Okay. Okay.
And then they are doing additional landscaping around the patio and around the lot line over here. These trees are staying. This is another location where the understory is very tall and they're gonna fill in underneath with new plantings.
Mhm. Okay. Any comments from the commission or the public? Okay. I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing and issue a stormwater permit for stormwater permit 22-29 at 110 Jerusalem Road. Do I have a second?
Second,
Having a motion and a second, we'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Our next hearing this evening is an NOI 22-35 for 99 Border Street, which is a dock. Continued from November the 17th and again, oh no, continued November 17th, sorry.
Hey, Jeff.
Hi, everyone. How you doing? So, Jeff Bassett here for an NOI for a dock at 99 Border Street. And I'll share my screen and bring up the plan. Just a second. Not seeing it.
Charlotte, would you give a little background on this? This dock came to us once before.
Mhm.
It's now back for some reason.
Yeah, so just to give a little refresher and history, this property's had a handful of permits, but so in 2017, this is the one we just closed out for the house, and then they submitted another NOI in 2021 for the deck and patio in the back of the property, which also did include a different version of the dock that from what you're seeing right now, and an order of conditions was issued in 2021 for a different dock design. But when we were processing a COC for the 2021 order of conditions, the dock was not completed, and the applicant and current owner was willing to close out the 2021 order of conditions, acknowledging that they would have to submit a new notice of intent for the dock. So that's what's happening here, that, but the previous permits have all been closed out. And now this, the dock is being resubmitted as a new NOI.
All right, thanks, Charlotte. Yeah, so down here on the plan is a picture of the pier that currently exists. And there is a Chapter 91 permit from that dated back to 1997, and it's for the pier only. So as Charlotte mentioned, a couple years ago, we came in front of you, we permitted a gangway and a float, very similar to what we're proposing now. And that was approved, but then we did close out that permit, so it's no longer applicable. So what we're proposing today is, here's the Gulf, here's the existing pier with the water on this side. The intent of this is to keep the float as close to land as possible. It's a narrow section of the Gulf and the current does come through here. So we want to keep the float tucked in close right next to the land. So we're proposing to add a landing off of the pier that's about 4 by 4. And then that will be supported by three posts. And they sit on the ledge. You can see in the photo here that, there's no salt marsh, there's no vegetated wetlands, and no soil either to drive the piers into. So they'll be bolted to the ledge, so minimal impact. There'll be a removable 16-foot long by 3-foot wide gangway to a removable float. This configuration is slightly different than what we originally proposed a year ago and what we originally proposed with this filing. That's because it was reviewed by the harbor master, who's now signed off on it. She's okay with this design. And we were able to pull it back a little bit closer into this kind of small cove to really keep it away from the channel. The float is only 8 by 10. It's about half the size, if that, of the docks on either side. So it's really, and it's also, this dock will always be in the water. It never sits on the ground. Even at low tide, they'll have about a 1.5 foot, 2 feet of water there. So to show you a few photos of this area, here's the pier, and the intent is, to keep the float right in this shallow area out of the channel. This is a photo, I believe, sitting from the bridge, looking up the Gulf. This is the first dock. This is the pier that we're talking about at the subject property, and then the other dock out here. And in this case, we're going to keep the float tucked in this area, so again, does not obstruct the channel in any way. And then this is a picture of what we're not proposing. This is what they put in back in 2019. They added a gangway extending directly off the end to a float. That's what was a problem, and that's not what we're proposing at this point. So with that, again, there's really no salt marsh on this property. The float is not going to sit in the mud flats, so it's really minimal impact to the resource area itself. As far as the permitting process, we're in front of the zoning board next week. And then after following approvals at the town level, we'll be filing with DEP Waterways and Army Corps of Engineers. Thank you.
Jeff, is the channel a defined point on the river?
No, there's really no definition to the channel. Unlike, when we do work in the North River, sometimes it is defined.
Yeah.
I can tell you in this case, at the narrowest point at low tide, the river is about 105 feet wide.
Mm-hmm.
And this is only going to project out another 4 feet. DEP's guidelines say your dock can't extend more than 25% of the water body, which this doesn't come anywhere near.
Okay.
Jeff, I just had a couple of quick questions. I'm not sure if if you're able to clarify this, but the harbor master did say that, of course, she did approve of the new design, but she just had some concerns with depending on how long the boat would be, or boats would be if they're docked on the float. So she did say that any boat docked over 15 feet in length and over 6 feet wide in beam does pose a potential concern. So I guess, do you have anything to add to that on how we can try to mitigate that depending on, we can't obviously predict what the size of the boat would be if it's docked here, but do you have anything to add for that from her comments?
If you wanted to make that as a condition, I have no problem with it, because realistically, this dock can't handle any bigger of a boat. It's only an 8 by 10 dock, so you shouldn't be putting a bigger than a 15-foot boat on this.
Mm-hmm. And she also mentioned the mooring anchors for the float, because she was worried that maybe in like a larger storm it might twist or turn, or do you have any concerns with the design without the mooring anchors? That was just one of her suggestions as well.
Yeah, so we are not proposing it. We weren't proposing any anchors, but currently there are chains in place that are they're anchored to the ledge. It's probably not a bad idea to to allow that if needed with the way the current comes through there.
Okay.
The intent is to not need them, but, again, not a bad idea to have it as backup.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, is this gonna stay in, or are they gonna take it out during the, I'm assuming they're gonna take it out during the winter.
Oh, yeah, it'll be taken out for the winter.
How they do that? It's pretty steep along their waterfront area. Do you know any idea on what where they're gonna store it and how they're gonna pull it out?
Yeah, they won't keep it here on site. They'll have to float it to a location where they can pull it out. I know the old gangway and the old float that they put in 2019 are stored at a marina in Hingham. And it's the same company intended to install this. So I think they would continue to service it and, store it at their location. And so at Hingham, it's actually Hull, in Hull.
Any other questions by commissioners? Any questions from the public?
Don't see any. But did we want any conditions to the project in terms of boat lengths and beam width and mooring anchors can be installed as needed for the float? Oh, sorry, we do have a hand raised in the audience, Mr. Chair, from Mike Dick. Do we want to promote them to talk or?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, sorry, so Kathy, I see your hand raised too. Did you have a quick question? Oh, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay. Hi, Mike, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm joining you tonight as a member of Cohasset Maritime Institute. And from what I can see, the design should allow for safe passage of boats through the channel. I just wanted to remind the proponents that our boats, the CMI rowing boats, use that channel, use the Gulf frequently, only at the high tide, at slack water. But our boats are about 28 feet long, and the wingspan from oar tip to oar tip, about 24 feet. And it seems to me that there's plenty of room, but I just want to make a note, perhaps on this application, that should we encounter any difficulties, we have a means to communicate, probably through the harbor master, but some way to communicate that, we're having some difficulty. I don't expect any difficulty, but I just want to at least make it known that our boats are pretty big and wide. And we certainly enjoy waving to the folks on land as we go by, and they like us. And it's all actually a pretty nice neighborhood kind of a feel down there.
Noted. Thank you. Okay. With no other comments, I'll make a motion to issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-35 at 99 Border Street with the conditions as outlined by the harbor master and a condition to keep an open communication between the rowing club and well, through the harbor master to the applicant. Do I have a second?
Bergen, second.
Having a motion and a second to issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-35. We'll take roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Bergen, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, I think we need a variance as well.
We need a variance? Okay.
Well, it's in the resource area and partially, I believe mostly the resource area, right, Jeff?
Yeah, below mean
Okay.
high water.
Make a motion to issue a variance for work within the resource area and buffer for NOI 22-35 for 99 Border Street. Do I have a second?
Berrigan, second.
Having a motion and second to issue variance for work within the resource and buffer area at 99 Border Street for the install of the dock. Take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone.
You're probably right here next. Our next hearing this evening is a show cause hearing for stormwater permit 20-25 and stormwater permit 21-34 for 256 and 258 North Main Street. Charlotte, would you give us a rundown on this, please?
Sure, yeah, so I think, please let me know if I'm missing anything from the commission, but just to summarize the commission's concerns, it appears that either one or both of these properties, since they're so close together, may have crossed the 5,000 square foot threshold. Just to give the commission a bit of history, these were two separate administrative permits. The 256 North Main, which is the further home in the back that's built right now, that one was issued in 2020 by the previous agent. And then the 258 North Main, which is the, well, there's no house there right now, but the one that will be built in the front was issued by me in 2021. Both administrative permits were proposing to alter 4,900 plus or minus square feet of land, so staying just under the 5,000 square foot alteration. And then just to kind of summarize the commission's concerns, just because there's a lot of overlap, we just want to make sure that there's no 5,000 square foot alteration. And if, for each property, I know we have two separate representatives here. If you guys are able to kind of just walk us through that and why, or whether or not there is a 5,000 square foot alteration in your opinion, and if the commission has any concerns based on that summary.
I'd like to add to that before we get on.
Sure.
When this first came about 2 agents ago, this was brought up as a rebuild of 2 houses. Okay, so it's not just a function of the fact that less or more than 5,000 square feet was being disturbed. It was basically that it was presented as if the houses were going to be rebuilt as they were at the exact footprint they were on the exact foundation they were. These were not raise and reconstruction. Okay, so that's the reason more than how much disturbance. It has to do with the fact that whether it was miscommunication or whether it was a change of plans or whatever it was, the understanding was that these houses were just going to be rebuilt. So I'd just like to make that for the record, that that's what we understood them to be. So why don't we start with the 258? That's the one in the back, right, Charlotte?
Sorry, the 256 is one of the
256, that's the one that
This is from Merrill Cavanero.
I believe it's mostly completed, so.
Yes.
And before we get started, is it still a shared system?
For the septic, yes.
Oh, it's a shared septic, but stormwaters are independent?
I believe so, yes. And Carmen and Jeff, please correct me if that's wrong.
Okay, let's start with 256 in the back, please.
Good evening once again. Carmen Hudson from Merrill Engineers. So yes, so this was a stormwater permit and administrative review. And what we were proposing to do wasn't to build on the same footprint. What happened was there were 2 dwellings on this property, and we were proposing to raise this dwelling and build a new dwelling in a different location. So this was the stormwater permit category 1, the administrative review for the lot in the back. So it was going to be a swap, but it wasn't going to be on the same footprint at all. This had a concrete driveway that was going to be removed, the dwelling that was going to be removed and replaced by a larger dwelling with a gravel driveway and this shared septic system. So this was the original stormwater permit. The owner at the time owned both lots, And this was the work that was under 49, oh, no, it was 4,900 square feet in disturbance, and it actually had a reduction of impervious areas because of the removal of the concrete driveway in the house.
Carmen, sorry to interrupt. Did you want to share your screen with the site plan? We just see your emails right now.
Oh, Jesus,
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I don't know
I'm so
you.
sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, I've been pointing. You guys missed out of a really great presentation.
No,
I
we-
am so sorry. Jesus.
Sorry.
Okay, can you see this plan?
Yes,
Do you see this plan with a red rectangle?
yes.
Okay. Okay, let me start again. Please forget.
No,
the
you don't
last
have to
5
start
minutes.
again. We understand. You don't need to go again.
Okay, so this is the house and
Yep.
driveway that were removed.
Okay. And what was the condition, what was the, what land type did you use for the pre-development condition?
Land type, are you talking about the kind of soil?
Yes.
Yes, I believe it was sea soils. I was checking that.
Was there any soil on that site? Because all I saw was rock.
There is soil, or is it, you know, if there weren't any soil, we wouldn't be able to have a septic system, but it's very shallow to bedrock. And that's why this, for example, the shared septic system is a dripping system, because they had to keep it very shallow. But yes, this is your perfect example of shallow to bedrock soils. And what we used for our modeling was D soils, which are the worst possible soils. And I'm sorry, let me just take a look at. So we were reducing impervious areas by 839 square feet with this. And again, it was because of the removal of the concrete driveway and the removal of the house.
Where's the, oh, there's the property line.
Yes, so the property boundary is right here.
Yeah. So you're saying that small piece of driveway and the existing house is a reduction from the,
Yes, so this was existing at the time,
yeah,
and this is the only impervious that was proposed, because the entire driveway was going to be a gravel driveway.
right?
Mhm.
But-
And this was a concrete driveway,
Yeah, but
bulkhead.
how can you take the, you keep showing your cursor go down the entire concrete driveway, but that's not even on your property.
No, but it goes to here. So,
Yeah, but that's not on your property.
okay, so, here. We can just look at the HydroCAD, but okay, get in there. Okay, so the existing driveway had this 1159
Mhm.
square feet of concrete drive, and the proposed has 1872 of gravel driveway.
Understood.
Mhm.
But what is the limit of 1,159 square feet of concrete driveway?
I believe it's only to the property boundary, because we didn't have any rights over somebody else's property.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
mean,
no, we couldn't-
it's only about 10 feet wide, and that area on your property can't be more than 30 feet. It's like 300 square feet on your property.
300, I'm sorry. I mean, obviously I did all of the calculations at
Yes,
the time,
yes.
and that is what the numbers were.
Carmen, you're still running your cursor over lot one. That Lot one's not what we're talking about. We're talking
Oh,
about.
no. So,
Is that right?
well, so what we were doing here, right? So back then, all of this, I'm sorry, Chris, now I understand. I thought you were talking about this area.
Yeah.
So yes. So all of this property was owned by one person when we did the stormwater permit for this. There were two dwellings in this property. And this was a stormwater permit that consisted of removing the dwelling and everything, including all of this concrete driveway, removing it, and constructing a new dwelling with a new gravel driveway. So all of this property was included in this stormwater permit. I'm
Well,
sorry, Chris, I was not understanding.
How could that be? Since it's my understanding that that having two homes on a single lot was not allowed, and the reason that this was the house was allowed to be rebuilt is because they were going to make two non-conforming lots with homes rather than one non-conforming lot with two homes.
No, so I believe that the way this was, so before it was just one piece of property
Understood.
with two actual dwellings. Yes, that is not allowed.
Yeah.
So under, so this is the subdivision control law. 81L is part of the subdivision control law that says that you can subdivide a lot without having to go through the subdivision control law. So through an A&R process. And that only happens when you have two substantial buildings within one property. So that is like an 81L division of land. And I believe that is how this lot was divided through an A&R with the planning board. But all of this entire property was once again owned by one person, and the project consisting of removing all of this and constructing this.
So the lot one, are they going to take credit for the removal of this concrete driveway that's on lot one?
No, because this already happened under this stormwater permit. You see, when they bought it, I mean, I don't know what happened after this permit was obtained. Obviously, our job normally ends when the permits are obtained, and then it's up to the client, to the applicant to, do what they're supposed to do, per the approval, and then go for their certificate of completion in this case. So I don't know what happened after. So maybe this is a good time to pass the baton over to Jeff.
I'd call it a hot potato.
Hot potato, Jeff.
I mean, both
Jeffy.
lots can't take credit for this.
Jeff, are you still here?
I am. Thanks, Carmen.
I don't think. So you're taking credit for that, Jeff?
Yeah, we were taking credit for that portion of the paved driveway to be removed.
Oh.
Being on this lot, we assumed that.
There's a guy down the road who wants to take credit for it too, by the way.
Hey, it's on this lot. I don't. Can I give you kind of a summary of our plan and what we came up with?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And don't tell me you weren't gonna, it was always the idea to take this house down.
Oh, it absolutely was. I will. All right, so just giving you a little bit of background. So these are the two lots, as Carmen mentioned. They were able to subdivide it because it was an 81L with two existing lots on the property that predated zoning. The reason I'm bringing you up the plan here for the lot in the rear is that this lot's about 8,000 square feet. And then as part of the stormwater permit for the project in the rear, there was a disturbance of almost 3,000 square feet within this easement on the front lot. So that area was already approved to be disturbed. So we came in under an administrative permit. Any activity which results in an increase in impervious area of any activity that will result in a net increase in impervious surface area of more than 500 square feet, which we were saying it's actually a reduction in impervious. But you know, if we did not include that, if we couldn't take credit for that portion of the concrete driveway, then it might be a slight reduction. I think I was just checking when you called on me. I think it's about 100 square feet of additional impervious. Actually, I'm sorry. I think it's just over 500. I think it's like 600. But we are coming in as less than 5,000 square feet of additional disturbance. So on the site plan for the front lot. So to get back to your point, you know, this is the existing house here, the old historic home that was demolished. It's always been the intent to demolish that home and to construct a bigger house. This house is, you know, the main box of the house is generally in the same area. It's a little bit bigger on the right-hand side, but then adding a 2-car garage. And you know, that's always been the intent. That has never changed. So we've filed this as a raise and reconstruction of a single-family home. So that being said, we came in under an administrative permit, but I want to point out that we did all of the calculations and did all the work that we would do for a full permit. So we did a full 55-page stormwater report with all the HydroCAD calculations and whatnot. And it's about a 15% reduction in impervious. So I wanted to kind of bring up some of the correspondence that went on while we were permitting this. It took about 3 months for this permit to be issued. We filed it in August, and in October, we received comments from the commission members via Charlotte, which we addressed a couple weeks later. Then got an email back from Charlotte saying, you know, thank you for addressing the comments. I'm paraphrasing.
Jeff, would you mind zooming in? I can't see that highlighted aspect.
Sure. She's basically saying, thank you. I appreciate you addressing the comments. My comments are addressed, but the commission would still like you to come in front of us for a full application. And she says, I'm sorry, but I'll put you on the 11/4 hearing. That didn't work out. It ended up being on 11/18 of last year. So last year we were on for November 18th for a full application. In this email, she says, you know, you've provided everything that you would have needed to provide for a full application, so I don't need anything else. So we went ahead, we notified abutters. We had this on our calendar. Leading up to that, you know, my client was getting a little antsy. It had been 3 months now for this permit, and we wanted to get through it hopefully in one hearing. So I suggested, let's add roof dry wells. Let's add a stone trench down the side of the driveway. This is what you're going to be looking for. I filed that about a week before the meeting, and then which is this email. And then 2 days before the hearing on November 16th, I got an email back saying, good news, based on what you provided, I can issue the administrative permit. So the point I'm trying to make here is that, you know, whether this came in under an administrative permit or a full permit, we did all the same work. We notified the abutters. You know, at the time, it didn't much matter other than timing. So I will pass it back.
Well, I will just, not to sound like a broken record, information was given to me which said that this was not a raise and rebuild, that it was a rebuild on its existing footprint. If that wasn't the case, then I apologize. So.
I still don't understand how both lots can use the same driveway to calculate their increase or decrease in impervious area.
Yeah.
You know, no, honestly, we should not have. That was an oversight. The first portion of the driveway here is gravel, so we're only talking about this area here.
Yep.
And we also didn't take credit for the portion that encroaches over the property line onto the neighbor's land over here. So we're only talking about this area. Looking back at the calculations, we it was a reduction in runoff of about 15%. And I think that was very conservative too. I think it's actually a greater increase because we only took credit for the ledge right here. And we all know there's a lot more ledge than that. So,
Yeah, so it's not lot one that seems to, I mean, that seems legitimate to me that lot one could claim removal of that concrete driveway on lot one for their permit, but I don't understand how with a straight face the people of that are representing lot two can take credit for it too. That's the same driveway.
The filing for lot two was
know it
done
happened.
under an owner that owned everything. They were supposed to remove this.
that is true.
Well,
When they were under common ownership at the time, even though there were two separate properties.
Yeah, but you can't- you
I understand
can't-
that, but it just something fishy here, and I can't quite put my finger on it.
Well,
It
this
looks like
has
you're
to be
counting the same
removed.
driveway twice
No,
here. And I understand that it looks to me like that's perfectly legitimate for lot one, that you can claim the removal of that concrete driveway on lot one. I don't have a problem with that, but how lot two can actually get credit for removal of impervious driveway, it defies logic. It honestly does.
Right, either that or it should have been submitted as a single property. But it can't be both things. It's got to be one or the other. It's either a single property, Carmen, or it's two properties. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
You know,
You're saying-
I'm only just becoming aware of this now, but I can understand the case when it's all in one ownership and you have a lot of the work on both properties within easements. But I don't think that makes that big of a difference in the calculations with just this area. I think there was a factor of safety.
Well,
into the
who
calculation.
wants to redo their numbers?
I think lot two needs to be recalculated.
Yeah, I think so too.
well, if that were the case, I think the owner, the previous owner of lot one, which is now the owner of only lot two, would be obligated to remove that concrete driveway in order to abide by its stormwater permit,
Wait a minute, the driveway's still there?
the concrete driveway. Is the driveway gone, Jeff? The
I don't
concrete
know.
driveway?
I don't know, to be honest.
Because I mean, our filing was done, prior to your filing. And that was something that our client neglected to do, which was remove that driveway before he sold the property.
Well, it again,
So he should be doing that.
I don't think it matters who takes it out. I think both permits say it's gone. But I don't see how you can't split the property and then say, oh, it's not split. It's two properties. It's one way or the other, Carmen.
Well, the thing is, so if our client had actually done exactly what he's done, but removed that driveway and obviously finish the landscape, because that's the only thing that he has left to do is do the plantings, he would be compliant with his stormwater permit.
But he didn't do
But
that.
he didn't do that. Exactly. He didn't do that. So I think he is under an obligation.
But also,
that driveway.
there was a point when this was subdivided into two parcels. Right?
Yes,
So at that point, there is an obligation to come back to the Conservation Commission and modify the stormwater permit.
no. So
Yes.
when we presented the stormwater permit to you, it was
Yes.
already divided into two properties.
Well, then you can't, then if it's already divided, you can't count what's not on your property.
That's not correct, because they both were owned by the same people.
Doesn't matter.
Two different
No,
lots.
it actually does.
No, it doesn't.
Well, you might want to review then this, because it was correctly done as far as, the legality of the application. As far as what he was supposed to do, he didn't remove that driveway. That is what he did not do. And if it hasn't been removed, then he should be obligated to remove it, at his own cost.
Well, that may be
it does-
true, but that doesn't alleviate the fact that the stormwater calculations for lot number 2
Mhm.
are using land that's
Well-
not on that lot. You can't use someone else's land to count against your permit.
You have to remember that that is what the reality today, but that wasn't the reality when the stormwater permit was applied for and it was issued.
Well, then,
could
then
do
they,
that.
then they should have done a single stormwater permit for the entire parcel.
They did. So it was a stormwater permit for lots 1 and 2. It was the whole thing. And it was the removal of that house in lot 2 and the driveway in both lot 1 and 2 that was being replaced with the house in lot 2 with the gravel driveway. So as far as the legality is concerned, it was correct. But he
Well-
did not do what he was supposed to do before conveying that lot 1. That's what he didn't do.
Okay, so what you're saying is that your permit
Mhm.
was for the entire lot,
Yes. No changes to the house in the front.
no changes to the house in the front,
No,
just the change in the back.
yes.
Well, at the point, however,
the change in the back and this.
however, at the point that he changed when he made a division of property,
Mhm.
the initial permit is no longer good.
But it's all, you can see, it. This is the initial plan for the initial permit.
I understand.
And the property is right here. And it is shown as lot 1 and lot, everything has been very clear.
Okay,
Both on the plan and in
that's-
writing. And there's
well-
nothing that makes it not legal. I mean, there were no problems then. And if today we were in front of you, we could still do that. There is nothing wrong with doing this. Just the client is
Under-
supposed to do
under-
everything he was supposed to do. You see here, it says.
Right, but he
existing
did, but
concrete
he
driveway,
didn't, but he didn't, is the
But he
point.
didn't, exactly.
Right, and in fact, this house isn't even complete, and now it's subdivided into 2 parcels.
Once again, it was already subdivided before this house came into being. When there were only these 2 houses.
Right, fine, but now it's under 2 ownerships.
Yes,
Okay, so lot number 2 has got to have a new stormwater permit,
okay,
because you don't have a certificate of
of completion.
completion,
Mhm.
and the parameters have changed. So this has to be looked at again,
Okay, so,
within the confines of what now is lot 2.
okay. All right, I mean, I think this really is a legal matter, to tell you the truth, but that would be up to our client to,
Yeah, he can
know.
get his lawyers if he'd like.
exactly. Okay, okay,
So while you were talking, just out of curiosity,
Mhm.
I ran the HydroCAD, adjusting the preconditions so
Mhm.
that that area would be grass instead of concrete.
Mhm.
And the numbers still work for the front lot.
Okay,
For the front, lot 1.
Yes, but
So-
it-
Fine.
So as before I said,
I
there's
don't
a
think we have,
backwards-
I don't think we have an issue with lot 1.
there's a-
I think the whole issue is with lot 2 claiming impervious area on lot 1. That's the issue. So lot 2 needs to run, Carmen needs to run her model again and resubmit that model. And Carmen, you can't claim anything that's not within the boundaries of lot 2.
once again, under that permit, we could have, but the way that our client did it, now, it's his problem to not have
exactly,
removed something that is not in his property anymore.
exactly.
Mhm.
It looks, so I just looked at my site visit photos, and It looks like that not all of the driveway was removed. There was definitely a portion on the 258 property that has since been removed, but there's a portion either right on the line, right before the line, or right over the line that I believe it's just on the 258 North Main property of a section of concrete driveway that has not yet been removed.
Charlotte, lot 1 or lot 2 are you talking about?
Sorry, lot 1. So there seems to be a small area of concrete on lot 1 that has not yet been removed, but the entire driveway isn't there anymore. It's just a small portion is left.
Well,
Yeah.
they're not done with that property, so.
Oh, I know. No, I just wanted to, I checked my site photos just to make sure, because I thought most of it was gone, but it looks like a small portion is still there. They have a portable toilet there, and that might be where they keep some of their excavation equipment and ledge removal equipment. But yeah, there is still a slab there.
Okay.
Even if it was gone, I don't see how that would change anything.
Oh, I just wanted to, because it was a
Both
question.
lots are-
yeah.
Both lots are, both of these are claiming the same removal of impervious area in their calculations. They can't both use it.
Right, right.
One of them
I
can.
just
one of
wanted
them
to be,
can-
it was a question at the time when people were reviewing it, so I just wanted to say that I checked my photos and there's still a portion there. But yes, you are correct. Yeah, I agree. So I guess, so does the commission have any additional concerns with lot 1? Because as we know, this house isn't built, the project isn't done. And, you know, do we have any additional comments for Jeff or things that the commission still wants clarified for this lot? Sounds like we're all set. I just want to double check. No?
No, I have no other comments for lot 1.
Okay. And then for lot 2, from what it sounds like, we'd want technically it would almost be an after the fact stormwater permit, but do we want an amended stormwater permit submitted as a full permit since this was originally administrative, or do we want a brand new one that's more after the fact with the redone calculations on the property line or within the property lines? Like, I guess, do we want a new one or an amended one that was administrative, but technically has to now be a full one?
I mean, I'm happy. I'm comfortable with it being administrative,
Okay,
but it needs to follow the new plan.
Okay.
That's what I
Okay.
have to do.
okay, so a new administrative plan, got it. Just want to make sure.
And if the numbers work, fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
If they don't work, then what?
Well, there's an old footprint, there's a footprint for an old house. Looks like you might be able to fit a few chambers in over there.
And Carmen, other than landscaping, that is the only thing left to do on this property? Because I know the house is built, the septic system is installed and was inspected by the Board of Health directors. So that's as far as I'm aware. The only work that has left to be done.
I think so, but once again, like my involvement in this really ended back when.
Okay.
that was issued.
And then the only question I had for lot 2 was, I did speak with the, I don't know how to say this professionally, but the boyfriend of the owner. So he did say that the trees that are surveyed on the back of the plan, they were removed. I don't know if that would have pushed it over. I just want to double check because it looked like on the site plan they were supposed to remain. They said they did have to take them out so that they could construct the home and finish the, final work behind the house. So those trees did have to come out. I think there's 2 of them, 14 and 15-inch caliper on the site plan.
Okay, well, when we, so before filing
Mhm.
for a new, administrative use stormwater permit, we will have to conduct and do an as-built plan pretty much.
Gotcha.
Because obviously existing conditions today are not what we are showing here.
Mhm.
So we would need a new existing conditions plan.
Okay.
Mhm.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
The condition that you're actually working from was the original condition.
I'm sorry. Well, the thing is, you are asking us to file for a new administrative review, correct? Not an amendment of the old.
You can,
So what we're going to-
you can amend the old. We don't really care. All we want to know is that whether or not the pre-construction rates, the post-construction rates are not greater than the pre-construction rates. So you,
Okay,
I mean, that's what that's what really needs to be determined. I
So-
mean,
So an
because-
amended, oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, what I was gonna say is that your overall lot area is gonna be smaller.
Mhm.
Your 1,150 square feet of concrete is not going to be, it's only gonna be like 300 square feet, and then you run the number, and then you run your new model and see if how the numbers come out. It's fine.
okay. So an amendment to the existing one, or?
That
Yeah.
seems to be the logical thing, Chris, is just
Okay.
instead of starting from
The-
ground
the-
zero here.
Yeah.
But it's quite an amendment because you're going to be, the lot size is going to be different and you're going to, but you're still going to be use the pre-existing conditions, which you already know from your original model.
Mhm.
So it's not like it's a mystery what the preconditions were.
Jeff, can I ask you one more question? There is a parking area on lot 1. Is there an easement for that?
So this plan in front of us shows a proposed easement. Whether or not that has been formalized and through a deed and recorded at the registry, I don't know. The septic ended up being installed a little bit different than that. The tanks are in a different location. So that easement would have been adjusted. But again, I don't know if that's been formalized.
So do your numbers use that parking as part of your post condition?
No, we would not have analyzed that area. That is, but it's a pervious driveway anyways. It doesn't,
Well,
doesn't make a difference.
It's gravel. It's questionably pervious.
Sure.
It's what was the number you found for that, Tom? 91 or something. like
Yeah,
that.
something like that. I think that we didn't find it. We agreed that we would use 91. I think that's more accurate.
It's certainly going to be somewhat higher than grass.
Yeah.
Or whatever you were showing for that area.
It looks like a solid granite or solid stone, whatever they're chipping out of there.
So it'll be asphalt within 2 years.
Okay, so we'll work with, I'll work with Carmen to get an amended administrative stormwater permit for 256 North Main, which is lot 2.
I do think, Jeff, you have to take a look at that area and just make sure that doesn't affect you.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you. So, do we put a date on when this happens so Carmen can tell her
That was gonna be my question. Did we
previous
want,
employer that it has to be done within 30 days or something?
yeah, did we want to just do like a soft deadline here in terms of we just say it during the meeting, or do we want it more formally through an enforcement order?
We can go soft.
Soft, okay.
30 days.
Okay.
Two meetings from now, otherwise you come back.
Okay. I'll say Merry Christmas to our previous client.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Guys.
Thanks. Our next show cause hearing is for NOI 20-19 and stormwater permit 20-26 at 76 Lambert Lane. I don't believe the applicant or his engineer are here tonight, but we are gonna talk about it. Charlotte, if you wanna run through it quickly?
Sure, I can try to do it quickly.
Would you
but
like
that-
me to run through it quickly?
Yes, I mean, I can add details, but basically
Okay.
just, I guess, just to start, obviously this permit, oh, we do have a hand raised in the audience.
We'll get to the attendees.
Okay,
So Charlotte, you'll have to fill in the dates.
Yeah,
It goes
right.
back a long time. Kathy, I believe were you on the commission when this started?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so we originally came out to the site pre any plans. There was a large swath of land in the 50 to 100 foot buffer that was cleared, and a small area within the 50-foot buffer that was cleared. It had all been cleared as part of a project to install a solar array in the applicant's backyard. We started to talk about mitigation for that. We were told that there were additional plans to come out, and that the whole permitting process would then begin and mitigation would take place. So the commission received plans for a sport court, which is in this particular, it's a prefabricated material which goes down. In this case, it was for tennis. The first set of plans came out. It was a portion of the court was within the 50-foot buffer. We asked the applicant to move it. He moved it. We asked him to shrink it and to move it. He actually just moved it. And it was very close to the property line, which was a concern because we knew he wanted to put up a fence. Any fences over a certain height have to be a certain setback. The other thing I failed to mention is that the 50-foot buffer, or very close to the 50-foot buffer, is also a wildlife easement. Anyway, a number of hearings went through, plans were submitted, and then he eventually got the court out of the 50-foot buffer, and he put in Cultex systems, and eventually we did give him a stormwater permit and a order of conditions. He then went to planning to get a variance to be closer to the property line. They rejected that, which pushed the court back, and a new set of plans was submitted, but we never received them. That's what the building permit was established. I might also say that during our hearings, we talked about, or we had a plan that showed 4 light posts. And in order to be less disruptive to the wildlife area, we had many conversations about these posts being limited in height. However, the applicant later, the then agent, did not get that condition into the orders of condition. The building inspector approved a lighting plan which had 8 lights of much higher. We had limited them to 12 feet. The installed lights, and I believe what was permitted by the building inspector, were 20 or 20 something feet in height. The construction on this project, unfortunately, through all the confusion that was going on out there, test pits were not required. It turned out the entire property was ledge. They spent 3 months, if not more, demolishing ledge. In so doing, they actually removed areas of vegetation that were not supposed to be removed. There was conversations between the applicant and interim agent Steve Ivas. There were also conversations between abutters and Steve Ivas, most of which we, I feel are not that important, because I think that inconsistent information was given, and we know what we received and what we never received. So now it's a year and a half later or 2 years later. The project seems to be near completion. A lot of changes. I mean, besides for the potential encroachment on the 50, there's also the infiltration areas are sitting right in areas broke out of stone. The mitigation vegetation has all been modified. The applicant says because of the pandemic. And obviously these very large and obtrusive lights are out on the site. So I don't know, Charlotte, if there's anything else you want to. So what's supposed to happen now is the applicant is supposed to be delivering an as-built. And we are supposed to review that as-built and determine whether or not it complies with the orders and the permits that we've given, or whether it doesn't. So, oh, one last thing. Halfway through the project, he also started doing renovations on a swimming pool on his property, which we don't know the extent of. We just know it was going on. So we don't know whether or not that actually would have fed into the stormwater permit or not. So until we get the as-built, we don't know for sure. So that's the long and the short of it. It's a complicated project with a lot of nuance to it. I will say one thing. Steve Ivas did mention to me, the one story that I know for sure from Steve Ivas is, he said at one time when this project is over, he recommends a redelineation of the resource area. That was something he said to me at one time. He seemed to think that maybe, some flags removed or something like that. He didn't get into it. He just said he recommended it. So.
So I can, yeah, thank you, Chris. That's a really great summary, because it has a long history. Did we have Ted Carr in the audience raising his hand? Do we want to allow him to talk before I add additional details?
No, why don't you add what you have first, and then we'll move on to.
Okay. Well, because I'll summarize it, but I can definitely pull up some site plans and stuff so we can look at stuff, and I can pull up the order. But yeah, do you want me to just do a short summary first, and then we can address any
Could you,
questions from the audience?
This is kind of new to me. Would you pull up a site plan for me, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have asked Charlotte to do that in the
That's
first
okay.
place.
So Ted, thank you. We see your hand raised. We'll just go through anything that I'm going to add, and then we can address comments in the audience. So yeah, as Chris said, in November 2020.
You're not showing.
Oh, sorry. As Chris said, in November 2020, we issued, I'm pulling it up as I'm talking, we issued an order of conditions. Now, this is the approved site plan dated November 16th. So the sport court at the time was close to the property line. And as Chris said, through planning, I think it was maybe zoning, they did not give him a variance, and it was pushed to 20 feet back. And this was after we had issued the order of conditions. So as you can see, the sports court barrier itself is outside of the 50-foot buffer, just barely, like very, like almost touching or kissing it. And so this was the plan that we had approved. We had also approved a landscaping plan. So since this order of conditions has been issued, there have obviously been changes to both the site plan and the landscaping plan. There is a different contractor for the landscape company now. So I'm just pulling up the site plans for now. So this was the original plan. The pool was not on the plan. It was just, existing conditions. And so that is the original plan that was approved with the order of conditions. When I listened to the recording, the only thing I'll just clarify is that, at least according to me, we didn't issue a condition for the lights. We definitely talked about it, but when Mr. Eisenhower went through his list of conditions, and we definitely had several, unfortunately, that did not make the list. And so there's several conditions that are in here, and I'm happy to share them, but unfortunately, that was one of the few things that didn't make the list. So here is the updated plan that was submitted with the, sorry, I just got to get to this one. This is dated February 26, 2021. So as you can see, the sports court was moved back to 20 feet. So did not give him the variance. The Coltech was still here. And it's still,
Can I just say, this
Sure.
plan was never submitted to conservation.
no,
This was
this was,
for the building permit.
so unless this was given to Jeff in some sort of email records that I don't have, which I think eventually it was given to him, but the building inspector signed off on a building permit in March 21, I believe. This was dated February 26th, and it still doesn't look like the court crosses the 50-foot buffer.
But it does
However-
cross the solar array,
Which one? Oh, yeah.
which
So-
seems to be in conflict.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's kind of like, there's like some small trees and stuff that are here, at least when I was back at the site when I first started. But yeah, it's definitely closer, and now it's further back. And so when a building permit was issued, it looked like it was, I checked Permitize, which is our online permitting system. It looks like the conservation agent or whoever was signing off for them, I think this was Jeff, this was right before he left. This plan was in the building permit files. So it wasn't, again, it wasn't directly submitted to conservation as far as my records show. It was just in the building permit, and the previous agent signed off in March, and I think the permit may have been issued in March or April 21. So this was the plan that was issued with the building permit. I don't believe the updated landscaping plan was available at the time. That one I think was released more in the summer of 21. So again, still interim agent with Mr. Ivas. And the applicant had provided a lot of correspondence to me between, there's not much in March, but there was a lot in the summer with Mr. Ivas going back and forth with plantings. And Chris, as you mentioned, those are a little bit, seem to be more minor in nature. But it did result in an updated plan and an updated landscaping.
Wait, could you go back to that for one more
Yeah.
minute? Because I just want to add one last thing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Sorry, I have too many things open.
You can go to either of those two plans.
Yeah.
Although you should go to the other one, because the other
Not
one
the
is
original?
the one that we approved.
Yeah. Okay, I'll pull that one up.
I just want to note that directly to the left of the upper corner of the sports court, you can see a tree line. And no, not the other side of the tree line.
Oh, sorry.
No, you were in the right area, but down
Yeah.
by the word proposed light.
Oh, sorry, right
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
Okay, it was very clear that only the area of the sports court was that material supposed to be removed. No, it was specifically said no other vegetation was to be removed from the site, because he had, as I had said, he had clear cut the entire 100-foot buffer. But eventually he did clear that entire area out, even though it actually is outside the 100-foot buffer. We made note to the fact that that was supposed to remain.
Yeah, it's I don't see it as a note.
It
on
also
the,
looks like
on the plan.
what we approved also cuts through the corner of the solar array.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a survey issue or if anything was moved. But I know it is tight in between this area, at least when I was at the site a long time ago, but it is tight in this area.
Seems like all of this needs to be, the as-built needs to be verified with a licensed surveyor.
Yes, I agree.
Absolutely.
Including the resource area.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and so I'm trying to find,
As a third-party review, not the,
Yes, correct,
not the landowners, contractors.
correct.
yeah, I need to look at the, I don't know if the site plan says it, but I want to look at the application to see when the delineations were done. But at this point, even if they were done in 2020, we're getting to the point where they might be 3 years old, 3 years or older, especially if they might have been done in 2019 before the permit was submitted. So I want to check that because delineations are good for 3 years. And then in regards to the pool, actually, do we want to see the order conditions at all, or do we want to
No,
look
we can distribute them. I mean, the
Yeah.
applicant's not here.
Right.
Let's
Yeah.
hear from Mr. Carr,
at, okay,
and then we can make sure that everyone has the order of conditions to take a
Right.
look at, and we'll go
Yeah.
from there.
Okay.
Charlotte, it's my recollection that, delineation was done.
Mhm.
It might have been redone at the time.
Okay.
They put new flags in there. Just
I think we
before
definitely,
just
yeah,
before we did a field trip out there.
okay. Okay, good to know.
But,
My memory is also, this
well,
is when
no,
I
it-
first
it-
started.
It
so-
doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt to look at that. I could be
Okay.
thinking about that, about when those went in.
Sure, absolutely.
Mi-
Ted,
Mr.
can you hear us? Oh, sorry.
Mr. Carr, you've been elevated. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
Okay, great. My name is Ted Carr. I live at 88 South Main Street here in Cohasset. And my apologies, I'm working late tonight. I generally don't take a call like this. I don't know if you can see my picture, but I hope that you can hear me okay. Can you hear
We
me?
can. Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm sorry, I'm on my phone tonight. First, I was calling, I wanted to speak today. I have an older mother that lives in the area by the Abbey, and the lights, I think you have recognized, remain an issue over here. Frankly, I was interested in speaking tonight because I was hoping to speak to the applicant to just in a friendly way. I mean, I'm relatively new to town, so I've only been here about 20 years, but it would be nice to just in a friendly way say, could you please turn off your lights at night? It's a challenge. And, you know, that was sort of it. But first of all, I serve on a couple of committees in town. And let me just, and I know the hour is long, I want to commend you all. I hope all of your meetings are not like tonight's meeting was. I thought this was a challenging thing. And I am also currently on the school committee, and we have some challenging nights as well. So I hope all your meetings do not create such a challenge for you. But I'm very curious about how you might proceed on this matter. And I'm surprised that the applicant or somebody representing them is not here. I'm sure you've given them notice, and it sounds like you have a lot of outstanding issues on this applicant. And so, and I think your summary was remarkably accurate. I think it is, I've seen some of the records on this, and I've got some friends that live in the area. And so I think this is a humongous challenge. And so under your authority, I don't know how you proceed or if you can take a vote to rescind any of the work that you're doing with them until they comply with you. I don't know what your rules will allow you to do. But I think, I hope you are thinking the right way, that something must be done. And I guess my really only question is, if so much is still unresolved, should this applicant be able to be using their sports complex? I mean, it sounds like their building permit is still open, their work with you is still open. Is it appropriate, or is it allowed under the guidelines of the town to be able to use such an asset? This sports complex is a big, I think, project in the area. Can they use it until it's resolved with the towns in a satisfactory way? I guess that's my question tonight.
Which is a great question. And Mr. Carr, I've had my eye on this project for a very long time. We lost a very good commissioner because of this project, and kind of a feeling that town hall didn't back us up on this. you know, we've gone to legal counsel a number of times. We've gone to the town manager a few times. We've gone to the building inspector. You know, it's always a struggle, as you know. The commissions in this town are really, you know, they're always looking for commissioners, but they're not necessarily looking for to support commissioners. So I think that we are now, you know, we've kind of allowed the applicant to say he was, you know, finishing things, but you know, after 2 years, we're kind of tired of this going on, and that's why we're having this show cause hearing, and we fully expect to see him within the next, you know, I've said to Charlotte, I'd like to see him at the next meeting, and unless he makes some, you know, excuse. But even then, at that point, if we don't hear from him, then I think it's time for an enforcement order. And I think the enforcement order would actually include a restriction, basically a cease and desist on use, if that actually is available to us. I don't know if it is or not, but we certainly would look into it. Excuse me. Because this is just one of the, you know, it's very, you know, it's similar in a way to the hearing we had earlier tonight, where except that this applicant and his engineer are smarter than what we heard earlier. And so, you know, we are in a position, you know, he has threatened the town. He's threatened Charlotte personally. And we, you know, I think we've all had enough, and it's time to buckle down and let the town do what they have to do. So we're looking at calling him back in on the 15th, which is our last hearing of the year. If he doesn't show, we'll look at having an enforcement order on the property to whatever limits we can, and force this to happen. And if he doesn't, then you know, the fines start to accrue. If he ignores the kind of the cease and desist on it, then that goes to town council, and they'll have to determine what the next steps are.
Yeah, look, good for you. As I mentioned, I'm on the school committee. We have a zero tolerance about bullying in this town, and I feel for you all who donate your time to go and be on these committees. This is very important work for the town, and that's when I say this was a challenging night. I can't believe I sat and watched this, and it was remarkable. And so thank you for doing what you're doing. I really am very sincere about that. And and then I'm going to let you go. It's a long night, and thank you for hearing me out. But so there's a couple of things. So many of the committees, including us, I'm also on the Affordable Housing Trust. We're back to in-person meetings. They are very well managed. We have mastered it at the schools. If you would like for us to make available our space and our technology for you, we would be delighted. We take COVID very seriously, and you can welcome in applicants. I know it's hard to read some of these documents, so if we can help you with some space or whatever, we're delighted to do that. And look, I'd love to be part of the solution in this thing. There's this little thing, and I used to be a selectman too, that doesn't get used a lot. And there is a vote of no confidence. And if a committee just says, hey, look, there are rules in this town, and you get people to play by the rules, and people should stand by the results of those rules. And if they don't, very rarely do committees say, hey, I'm taking a vote of no confidence against this applicant because they just simply are not following the rules. And so that's up to you guys. It's very rarely used, but it's highly effective because it makes people pay attention. What is going on with that person? Why is that not going well? Like, we are a very lovely town of people who care. And so, like, if you can't get people to do the basic work of what it should take to make things better, then you should be on the record to say, hey, and look, look, I've done it, we use it pretty effectively, but we do it. And anyway, just something, it's one of those tools in the toolboxes you might consider. But if it's okay, I'd like to just follow along a little bit. I thank you for hearing me out. I'll report back to my mother that great people are paying attention to this matter. So thank you very much for that. But I hope you have better meetings, especially around than you did tonight. And but if you want a couple lessons about bullying, we have become experts about it at the schools, and we'd be delighted to help. So anyway, thank you all for what you're doing. I appreciate your time, and thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you, Mr. Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Carr.
Thank you.
Okay,
And I'll just add to, so for anyone in the audience that's also may or may not be calling in for this, as we all know, certain, for enforcement, the commission has our bylaws for wetlands and stormwater. And those bylaws and rules and regulations, in addition to those, allow us a few options. And so you guys may have seen the shared screen from a previous hearing about an enforcement order. So normally show cause hearings are kind of a step one in the process. And this has also been recommended by, DEP also has an enforcement manual when it comes to wetland stuff, usually having show cause hearings and initial violation notices, kind of starting out soft with step one is an appropriate step. So that's why we did request a show cause hearing to kind of discuss all of this. I'll just note that the applicant was not able to make it because he was on call and that he had been in contact with his engineer. I'll just read a quick update just so that the commission and the audience are aware that they're almost done with project construction. They still need fence completion, needing essentially all aspects completed before doing the report. So the engineer just needs a lot of that information before he does his final inspection. Late October, they completed all the aspects, however, excluding a needed fence in exchange for mismeasurement. The engineer indicated that he would schedule the crew, but this has not yet been completed. And he said it would make sense to attend a meeting when the report is available. But as we've mentioned, we will continue this to December 15th. I will update the applicant. I did let them know that, we'll table this to the 15th and bring it forward at the next meeting. However, we'll still have an open discussion tonight. And so, yeah, just to go back to the commission does have options. We do have the ability to issue enforcement orders, cease and desists. And so it all kind of relies on partially on the applicant's willingness to go through these steps with us. And so it seems like, this was mostly, a work thing. So I don't think the applicant didn't attend because they didn't want to. They just said they were on call. But, it isn't a good sign if we have show cause hearings and the applicant doesn't show, especially multiple times, or to hearings for their projects when they don't attend. So, but yeah, thank you. We appreciate anybody calling in for this, and we'll keep everyone posted. We'll continue this to the 15th, and hopefully we can kind of address some of these issues and the changes. And I'm not sure if we'd have an as-built by then, but hopefully we would have an update on the final site conditions at the very least.
thank you, Charlotte. Okay. So this is continued until December the 15th. Our last hearing this evening is a show cause for NOI 20-06 at 191 Atlantic Avenue. I'm sorry. This also says certificate of compliance.
Yes, sorry. So sorry, it's a little confusing, but basically this is it's regarding NOI 20-06 for 191 Atlantic Ave, and this is to discuss the certificate of compliance that was requested initially back in March. We did deny it because there were some deviations and some pending project aspects, and we needed to update the as-built. So we denied it in March for that reason, and we requested a show cause hearing to discuss those changes to the plan. And actually, we have Ray Tranian here with us. He is the Ray. You are the engineer, and were the original applicant, or I apologize.
No, I'm engineer, and I'm representing Scott Anderson Wilson, the property owner of the 191 Atlantic Avenue. And also, I'm a citizen of the town. I'm living in Atlantic Avenue, and I just wanted to say the same thing that the last speaker talked about. Thank you very much for board, just devoting their time. And I just, unfortunately, I'm not in Zoom to see what the board doing. And I engineer in town, and really I'm proud of whatever you guys doing. And, I just wanted just to say that, before I start my presentation for 191 Atlantic Avenue.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time. I'm sure, just at least, Mr. McLaughlin and your familiar with the project. This was the, just the existing home. And we came in front of the board and we proposed to rebuild it and they added new garage with the existing garage. And they associated, they just did.
I'm sorry, Mr. Turani, you're breaking up a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it better?
Yes.
Okay, let me just show maybe move in the office, therefore I have a different set over here. Good.
I thought that was a fake background.
Is it better?
Yes.
Okay, well, hopefully. This camera stay there.
God, water's rough tonight.
Okay, hopefully it's better.
It was your voice.
Okay, how's my voice? Is better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that was as you said there, Mr. McFarland, you know that this was an existing home. We came in front of the board and we removed it.
Breaking up again.
Yes, we removed the existing one and we approximately, we're very, very close to wherever it was, we build a new house. And really just original plan, the original house was the 4,108 square feet. And the new one is a 4,053 square feet. It's about, just a 55 square feet less. And
I'm sorry, Mr.
No,
Turani. Your microphone's breaking up. Can you hold it near you or try something else?
Is it better to right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Just yeah. I did you. Yeah. I sent you a letter this morning. Hopefully you got it because I didn't want to go through this number because unless you want me to go through all these numbers. Would you like me to go through all the numbers? All the just said what it was and what we did. Do you hear me?
Yes.
50%. 50% we can hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Hey, how about now?
Not really. Yes.
No.
Well, try speaking for a minute. We'll see what happens.
Okay. Let me see if
I think what we want to see is we want to see the plan that was approved and we want to see the as-built plan.
Sure.
Okay.
I can, Ray, I can start a little bit. So this,
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to jump the commission to the amended order of conditions. So this is a plan dated September 21st, 2020. This is the site plan, the version of the plan that we had approved with an amended order of conditions. A few months later, an RDA was submitted to add a well right in this area here.
That's
and
correct.
Ray, I just had one question since a lot of this might relate to our conversation. So the site plan that's dated September 28th, and I'm going to pull that up. I'm sorry, December 28th, 2020, had a different house footprint than the 921 plan. So this was the RDA plan that was submitted. So as you can see, the structures around the home are different. So just to clarify, the amended order of conditions had a plan that was 3 months ago. And so this was the plan that was submitted for the RDA, which added the well right here, but it has a different house footprint. So can you clarify that this wasn't the intended site plan version?
No. It was. Originally, we did not, the client, they did not want to take the porch off. Therefore, we wanted to just take the house out, and we did, and we left the porch. But when we took the, house out, we inspected, just the porch, we find out there is a building violation. Therefore, we talked with Mr. Egan, and Mr. Egan said, no, this is not acceptable. This does not meet the building code. Therefore, when we were in the August of the 20, we actually, Mr. Eisenhower, they asked me what's happened to the porch. We told them a story. We have to take a porch out. Therefore, we have to redesign our home with a new porch. That's what has happened. That's the story about that.
Okay, so the 12/28/2020 plan that was submitted with the RDA to add this well, this is the plan on record for the NOI at this point, because it wasn't, again, we had issued an amended order of conditions in September, and then this was submitted in January 2021 with an updated plan. So this is the plan of record that we should be looking at for COC compliance?
Yes, but the thing is, in that time, we did not have any design. We did not know what we're going to do with the porch, how we're going to construct it. We give it to our architect, and we asked the client, asked the architect, and he did the best he can to leave it in the same area, not to go beyond the existing location and place the house. And that's why we came with we changed the plan. Therefore, there's some portion of the porch is reduced and some of it is increased, but you can see the back of it, there is no porch in the back. Therefore, that's why the architect was designed. The overall footprint of the house, in fact, is reduced by 55 square feet. And the house is exactly approximately the same location. We did not change the location of the house generally. And if you look at just the bylaw, I just see the section 8, small changes during the construction will happen. There's no way we can just come with such a just a big area which is exactly we put for every inches we can just meet the plan we originally designed. You can see, you can see how much porch is reduced, and the overall, if you look at the footprint of the house, whatever it is 55 square feet is less than whatever it was before. The way to come today with this plan, we didn't have an old plan. I just, just. If you have any question, I can answer you. I don't know what else can I tell you.
Okay, Mr. Turner, do you go through my findings, or do we want, because Ray's sent us a letter that kind of addresses some of those, but do you want me to go through them, or do you want to just go straight to the letter?
Well, are we here tonight for a certificate of compliance, or are we here tonight for a show cause?
Well, both. It's a show cause to evaluate the deviations to the plan to decide whether or not we want to issue a COC. So just due to the number of deviations in March, we had denied the COC request because some of the work wasn't done. There were some changes to the plans. We needed an updated as-built to reflect that. And so we denied the COC request back in March, and we requested a show cause hearing for the applicant or the representative to basically come back with an updated as-built and to finish the work and then explain the changes.
Is this an as-built?
Yes, this is the as-built that was submitted for the part 2 of the request.
Is this, Mr. Turanian, who did this as-built?
I did.
Okay.
I stamp it. It's just my stamp is.
So this is a certified as-built.
That's correct.
Okay. So the pool house didn't change at all?
No, the pool house did not change. You asked us to put all the walls. You asked us to put the equipment pass. You asked us to put all the walls, and that's what we did. We update everything based on the okay. When originally we filed for certificate compliance, we were not really ready for it.
I'm sorry, your microphone's breaking up. We're gonna have to end this hearing if you can't fix that, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm saying that when originally filed for the certificate of compliance, we really were ready for it. And we want to just, occupancy permit because we know we have to finish our lawn and we have to finish our pool. And that's the reason we want occupancy permit. They have to file it.
Okay, sir, I'm really sorry. If you can't fix that microphone, we're gonna have to continue this meeting.
You have a still problem with my microphone?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry. No, I can go to use my Apple computer, yes. If you can hold on, I can do that. Sorry about that.
Charlotte, while he's doing that, you want to run through what you're finding is the deviations?
Sure. So yeah, while he's getting set up, just pull the as-built back up. So the deviations that I had noted originally, which have now been added to this as-built. So in the front of the property along Atlantic Ave, I'm sure everyone can see that there is a stone wall, retaining wall, that was built approximately 2.5 to 3.5 feet in height. This was discussed with the previous agent, and a drainage pipe was installed underneath the ground in front of the
Which agent?
Jeff Summers. And
Do we have documentation to that effect?
I do not, but I don't know if Ray does.
Okay.
So yeah, so there was the wall was built and then a drainage pipe was installed along the wall due to the previous agent's road flooding concerns. So that I don't see the pipe on the as-built, but the wall has since been added. So that was one of the larger deviations that I had noted originally back in March, and that in the back of the property here.
Wait, while you're out front, were the gate walls part of the design?
I don't believe so, but there were some existing granite pillars here, but I don't think this portion was part of the plan.
Okay.
And then a crushed stone infiltration system was added in the back of the property. This wasn't on the original plan. And I'll just note that I'm not sure of the reasoning, but this is just an NOI. For some reason, this project did not have a stormwater permit, so we're just evaluating a certificate of compliance for the order conditions. But either way, that the applicant added a drainage system here, and so that was also connected with a perforated drainage pipe that you can see is marked on the as-built here with these lines that does pipe around to the front of the property. And then the house itself obviously has the roof leaders, downspouts, and everything, so it should, in a way, all be connected to this perforated pipe that drains to the back of the property. The driveway orientation from the original plan was slightly reconfigured. However, I believe Ray clarified that there was a reduction in impervious of about 125 square feet. The existing paver patio and stuff here was redone per the plan. However, there were a handful of walkways, brick walkways, and all this area here, a concrete pool equipment pad. All of this on I believe the eastern side of the home was added. The pool house was existing and remained, but there were all these that have now been since added to the as-built. And then one of my questions about the plans is, this was the 9/21/2020 plan to have this type of design for the deck, but the 12/28/2020 plan shortens that. And then this little bump out was added from what was originally approved. And so there's a handful of minor deviations, but those are the ones that I just wanted to note. And I believe Ray, I don't know if he has sound back again. Nope, doesn't seem like he's there.
The wall directly left of the house was also
Yes.
not in the, no, left.
Oh, this one?
Yes, that was not, the little circle was there, the wall was not.
Okay.
Plus, I believe it actually goes farther down the driveway.
Yeah, that's what I want to clarify with Ray. Hopefully he can come back to us, but he claims this was existing. There's also black fence that has since been added on top of it.
Yeah, it wasn't existing.
Okay, yeah. So that's really what I would also want to clarify. And then a lot of the other minor deviations, I don't know if you guys want me to go into them, but a lot of them do have to do with planting beds, concrete utility pads, the chain and granite post fence on the western side of the driveway in front of I think it's in front of or on top of the wall. And then a lot of the plantings around the home were a list of native and non-native. So there was no planting plan affiliated with this project. However, the applicant has added, planting bed areas here on the eastern and western sides of the home and in the front of the home. But it's like a combination of native and non-native. But yeah, so those are some of the major deviations, at least with the wall, infiltration system, the walkways, the change in the slight, the bump out here with the house and the deck and the other stone walls. This one here also was not on the plan, the one that wraps around the driveway. So that's why we initially denied the COC request back in March, and we wanted these updated on the as-built.
I'm trying to install the software. Go on.
Can we quantify like deviations into buffer zones in some way, Charlotte? Like,
So yes, there's no like set equation of, deviations in the 50 or the 100, but typically as we all know, we really evaluate the 50 very closely and the 100-foot buffer a little bit less. So deviations in the outer buffer versus the inner buffer, I assume, I believe definitely make a difference. And Ray, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. Unfortunately, I have to talk with this. I don't know what can I say. I already thank God I sent you the letter just to explain all the these services we did, and overall, I would say just in previous materials.
Okay, Ray, we can't understand a word you're saying, so we're going to continue this hearing till December the 15th. So no certificate of compliance is going to be issued tonight. I'd like to get a third party to evaluate this. I'm seeing a lot of things that just, I think there should have been a stormwater permit. I don't know why there isn't. I think that a lot of deviations have changed that would require it. The wall that's immediately adjacent to the bank should never have been built.
Well, the thing is just
Ray, please, Ray, your sound is awful. I'm just making some closing comments, and we're going to continue this till the 15th.
Okay.
So
if this is your decision, this is your decision. I would absolutely.
Well, we can't, Ray, you don't understand. If I talked like that the whole time, you wouldn't listen either. So please, it is my decision. And it stands. This hearing is continued until December the 15th.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Yes.
I'll
Zoom.
What?
I said
Well,
Zoom issues, connectivity issues, sound issues. I
Yeah,
don't know.
well, he could have called in, he could have done a lot of things, but he didn't.
Okay, yeah, we'll continue to the 15th. Sorry, I know we didn't, did we want a third, wait, we can't really, did we want a third party review now, or do we want to just continue that as a comment?
I think we probably should wait to the 15th
Yes.
to decide.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, works for me. All right, well.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is minutes for approval from the 3rd of November. Do we have any comments or concerns?
no.
No. I'll take a roll call on approval. Well, wait, I make a motion to approve the minutes from the 3rd of November. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second, we'll take a roll call. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Aye.
Chris McFarland, yay, that those minutes are approved, 400. Looks like you have certain certificates of compliance.
I do. I'm sorry. I will try to be as brief with these as I can, but since we still have Jeff Hassett on the call, and I'm going to bring him in for the first one, which I'll go through, which is 55 Jerusalem Road Drive. And so I'm just going to share my screen with the final site conditions. And so I'll start with some of the minor deviations. So this was a full stormwater permit. This is a different project, so don't look at this house. The minor deviations were a small outdoor shower was built in the back of the home, not on the plan. The deck in the back of the home is slightly smaller, and
Wait,
some
can you-
planting
can
beds
we-
were installed
can you share
around the house
Charlotte,
entry door and
Charlotte.
western side of the garage.
Charlotte,
So getting to the,
Charlotte,
sorry, am I freezing?
yes. Can you share the plan?
Sorry, I cut out for a little bit. What was that?
Can you share the plan?
Yes, sorry, my sound cut out. I really hope that doesn't happen with everything else. I'm gonna turn my video off if that's okay, because I'm getting slow connectivity.
That's fine. Chris, what are you eating? Pass them around, man.
Leftover from Thanksgiving?
No, it's
Like cheese curls.
truffle, gourmet truffle popcorn.
Wow.
I pulled it out for that Main Street one.
Yeah, that was a double feature, huh?
Yeah, it was good.
You're moving over to the side of the screen as the night goes on. I'm hoping you're not going to just slide off.
There's an amp over here. I might start playing guitar.
That's okay. Charlotte, are you around still? Oh,
I am losing sound.
Can
I don't
you
know.
call in?
Yeah, well, I can't leave the meeting.
No, just leave
Here.
that on
Hold
and
on.
call in separately.
You're clear here.
Okay.
No,
Sorry,
you-
guys. Okay, I'm clear right now. It's every time I'm trying to share my screen, which is really frustrating.
Hmm. Comcast has got you.
Clip. Gotta cut the Comcast. I haven't done it yet. It's on my to-do list.
It's rare that we have these problems with connectivity.
Yeah, we've had a good run.
We really have.
It just happened when Mr. Carr mentioned we should go in person.
Yes, the gods of the internet are reminding us, huh?
I actually prefer in person.
I like Zoom. I like my chair. So while Charlotte's working on that, maybe we can do 48-hour issues.
Sure. Do you have a 48-hour issue?
I only have one.
Okay.
The owner of 195 Hall Street called Angela, and she steered him to me. His name is Stephen Warner. He's also serves on a number of town committees. And I don't know if you've been by Hall Street, but you'll see that National Grid has blocked the road and doing some installing some pipe there. And in the process of that, they are doing horizontal drilling, which is kind of a new one for town, I think. We haven't seen anything like this. I don't know if you noticed, but there are excavations and then gaps between the excavation while they're putting this pipe by
Yes, it is.
horizontal drilling.
Can you try calling in?
Yeah, I'm trying, but the call-in information is only the Zoom info.
Oh,
I'm trying to call it on my phone. Is the meeting still open and everything?
yes.
Okay.
Can you try connecting by your phone?
Yeah, I'm
Otherwise, we'll have to shut it down. But right now, Tom's going through a 48-hour issue, so you have a few minutes. All right, thanks. Okay.
Russell. Russell Salt.
All right, thanks. Okay, sorry, Tom. That was Charlotte. She's still trying to get back in.
Okay, so Mr. Winter's wife talked to the driller when they were down on Turkey Hill Run, and they were either discharging drilling fluid to Turkey Hill Run or capturing water out of Turkey Hill Run to use as drill water.
Interesting.
Yeah, I guess the Ware River Water System denied this contractor the water from a hydrant. So as drillers will do, they don't want to drive a long ways to get their water. So they thought, well, here's a ready supply right here. So they are either using Turkey Hill water as their, as the basis for their drilling fluid, or worse, they are discharging spent fluid into the creek. So
Sorry, Tom, who's drilling and what are they drilling for?
They're doing this horizontal drilling, and then they push pipe through the hole.
They're drilling through what?
Well, whatever's down there. He did mention that they seem to be going really slow, so they're probably drilling through granite in some part.
Ledge, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of slow going. They may be there for quite a while.
So they need water. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Definitely need water to drill. Can't do it without it. Well, you can do it with air, but not horizontal drilling.
Right.
You need drilling mud to do horizontal drilling. So Charlotte should go over there, and I'll join her, and we can find out from the driller exactly what's going on. This is National Grid, or a contractor for National Grid. So, we have this issue that utility construction or repair is outside of our sphere of jurisdiction. However, if they are withdrawing water from the stream, or worse, polluting the stream with drilling mud, I don't think they're exempt from that. So we just need to get some facts on the ground from the driller and make sure that they are in compliance. We may have to get Pam out there because Pam Fahey, because it might fall into her jurisdiction. It's not a well, but it is drilling. So it's a little unclear.
Okay.
And this could go on for a while. I mean, if they're, he said he could barely see the drill advance at all. So drilling through granite's not easy work. So it could take them a while to put in. I don't know how much they're putting in there. Apparently it must be a gas line since it's National Grid. So maybe they've got a natural gas leak in that length of pipe. So I'd suggest that Charlotte and I go over there tomorrow and take a look at the site.
Okay, sounds good. Is it adjacent to the property right there by any chance?
It's just up the street from that. It's pretty close, but it's just up the street. I haven't seen any activity at the at that site. Financial conditions are changing rapidly, and I think people are probably rethinking some of their projects.
Yeah. Charlotte's calling. Let me take this.
Okay.
Hi, Charlotte.
Hi, Chris. I was not connect, and it's not taking my web passcode. I can't log into Zoom. I have no idea what's happening there.
Okay.
Put me on speaker, and can I talk or?
No, I think we're gonna have to wait on these. Is that a problem?
For some of them, it is because the related documents, but I don't know. I could try to shut my computer down and reset it, but I don't know what that's going to do.
Well, you're not on the meeting.
No, it's like the meeting is still valid because I can't click anything. My entire computer's frozen.
Yeah, but like you're not showing up here on the meeting.
Okay, so I left as the host.
Let me just make sure.
Wait, FaceTime. If you FaceTime her, she'll be here.
Yeah, but we want her to show us the plan too. She's gonna try to reboot and see what happens. If we all get knocked off, then the meeting's done for the night. But if not, then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so I was trying to call it from my phone, but in order to do that, I had to log into Zoom. I'm trying to log into Zoom, and then my email is acting up, and I hit the passcode isn't working for me to log in, which is like crazy. So I don't know what is happening right now.
All right. Well, try and if we all get kicked off, then we're gonna call it a night.
Let's all meet at town hall in 30 minutes.
I don't think.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Give me a couple minutes, and I will try my best to log back in. If not, we're gonna have to.
All right. All right. Call me back after you try. All right. Fine. She's gonna try to reboot her computer. So.
Okay.
Anyway, and when she said if she doesn't make it back on, then we will have to close it. I guess there's something with some of these certificates of compliance that have something to do with occupancy.
With what?
Occupancy.
Oh, occupancy, yeah.
So
Oh, yeah, so they're probably eager to get those COCs, huh?
I guess so.
Yeah.
I didn't give him a hard look like I did that Otis Ave one, but
Oh,
Ah.
shoot.
There she is.
She's back. It's not connected yet.
Charlotte, you
You're
muted.
muted. I think too much energy is going to the Christmas lights.
Am I all, yeah, sorry. Am I all
There
done?
you go.
No, you're
Can
there.
you guys see me?
Yeah.
No, we can't see
but
you.
we can hear
No.
you.
Okay, sorry. I have no idea what's happening. My entire computer just crashed and it wouldn't let me log on to Zoom on my phone because my email wasn't working either. I have no idea what's going on. But I guess while I'm rebooting, do you guys want me to kind of just read through my report? I mean, the site plan for 55 Jerusalem Road Drive is in the OneDrive. I don't know if you guys want to open it up on your computers to look at it.
Oh, I'm on it.
I cannot,
Okay.
but that's all right. If Chris
Okay,
opens,
do you-
if
do you
Chris
guys want me to
opens it,
just-
he can share with us.
Okay, do you guys want me to?
Oh, yeah.
Charlotte, I can bring up the plan and kind of try to point
Okay.
if you want.
Sure, that'd be great. I'm so sorry, guys. This has never happened before.
Do you want me to bring up the design or the asphalt?
Can you pull up the recent version of the plan that we had approved as a minor change? Because that's what I looked at for compliance.
Yep. I have it
And then
right
we can pull up the as-built too, going back and forth.
there. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay,
Good
so
thing
we're-
you're on the call.
So we're looking at it now.
Okay, so yeah, just a couple minor deviations really quickly that they added an outdoor shower in the back of the home near the pool. The deck on the northern side of the property is slightly smaller than originally proposed. And the applicant had installed, a handful of planting beds in front of the home on either side of the entry door and on the western side of the garage. So those I just noted as minor. And I already reached out to Jeff about some of these, but these were some of the deviations that I had noted. That the lower paved portion of the driveway was extended. Jeff, I apologize. I measured it again. It's about 20 feet longer than the approved plan, but you had clarified that the deviation in the increase in impervious would have a negligible impact on the stormwater calculations, which still results in a reduction of runoff. Is that still true if the extension seems to be a little bit longer, about 20 feet? I just measured it on the site plan with the tool.
Yeah, that's correct. When I checked it for 10 feet, it worked by a mile, so.
Okay, great. And then some of the other deviations were a stone retaining wall design around the northeastern side of the home is not technically the same as the approved design. The walls are a little bit more cornered than they're rounded. So on the plan that Jeff has right now was the approved plan where they have like a rounded out look. And then the as-built shows that they're just a little bit more cornered. They wrap closer to the pool and the final grading is just slightly lower in some areas and slightly steeper in others than originally proposed. And I think, Jeff, you had said that this was a minor deviation that doesn't impact the calculations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the applicant had just built a small stone retaining wall on the eastern side of the home in between the property and 14 Haystack Lane. And you had clarified that this does not impact stormwater calculations. If anything, it's a positive change because it makes it impossible for runoff to flow onto the neighbor's property. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
Okay. And then just some other deviations that I'll note, but they didn't increase impervious. The circular portion of the gravel driveway turnaround was expanded to be wider than the approved plan, and the proposed planting bed in the middle is just slightly smaller. And then the gravel area was also expanded to the front of the home on the western side of the garage, but there was no increase in impervious in the upper half of the driveway with this change. So those are just some of the deviations I noted that before I get to the ones that I originally asked the applicant to call in for, I'm not sure if he's able to make it because I think he said he had some conflicting meetings, but does anyone have any questions or concerns about those deviations? No? Okay. So the last one is the planting. So I'll be simple with this to make this quick. Our site plan had required that coniferous or deciduous trees needed to be native from our list. Coniferous had to be 6 to 8 feet in height. Deciduous had to be at least 3 or 4 inches in caliber. So what the applicant did was that he planted mostly arborvitaes around the property. He didn't plant some coniferous trees in the lower portion of the driveway, which is the paved portion, because he said the disturbance wasn't as great as they thought it would be. And so all those trees were still preserved and they were proposed to be reserved on the plan, but he didn't install the coniferous plantings along the lower end of the driveway. And then he did install a handful of, arborvitaes and American holly plants around the property. I wish I could share my photos right now so you guys could see them, but that was really the main deviation that I wanted to note, just because the site plan itself called for native species from our lists. And so unfortunately, the applicant had planted, a few American hollies from our lists around the property, which looked great, but the arborvitaes, as we all know, are not on our list. So I did talk to him about this and I said, this is usually a finding with the commission when it comes to COCs. Is he able, I can't promote him, Jeff, but do you know if he's planning to call in at all or?
I'm texting with him and he's still tied up, but
Okay.
but I told him I'd hang around and speak to it.
Okay.
But that's exactly correct. He planted quite a few trees throughout, mainly in this area and over here, creating a buffer between the neighboring properties. And they're all of good size. They are native. I believe green giants are native. But
No, they're not. Not
they're
Jeff.
not. Okay.
No, they're a hybrid.
Okay. I was told they're somewhat native. but
So, yeah,
not
some-
specifically to Cohasset, and they're definitely not on your
No.
list of plantings. So, but they, it's not really an engineering thing. It's, they in my opinion they look nice. They're creating a nice thick buffer, but I'm not the expert in trees,
Yeah, so that was my main deviation that I just didn't, how would the commission kind of like to move
Oh.
forward with this?
Sorry, Charlotte, if I could add to that too, and then
Yeah.
this area here that was not planted, he ended up keeping it as woods, and that was that was the reason.
Mhm. Yeah, and the proposed trees that were supposed to remain on the site plan were still there. So definitely no additional disturbance than what was permitted happened in that area. It's just he didn't install the coniferous plantings along that side of the driveway. So it's really just, does the commission feel that this, as these as-built conditions are compliant, or do we have concerns with either the plantings or the other deviations that I just reviewed?
How many trees, how many arborvitaes are we talking about here?
There are 35 trees that we picked up on our survey, and the majority are arborvitaes.
Oh, wow.
Which is like 33 too many.
Jeez.
The property owner had no idea. He wasn't, it does say it on the plan, but he wasn't aware until this came up last week.
Yeah,
He wasn't aware of what?
He wasn't aware that he had selected trees that were not on that list. He he sees them used elsewhere, and his landscaper thought they were appropriate. It was an oversight.
Where are we on this project? Jerusalem Road Lane?
Jerusalem Road Drive. So it kind of abuts Haystack Lane, which is yeah.
So yeah, you have Jerusalem Road Drive. This is the end of the cul-de-sac here. And then this property actually has frontage on Haystack Lane coming off the cul-de-sac.
Oh, yeah.
And to add, there are not any wetlands on this property or within 100 feet. So these are all planted in upland areas.
Well, I mean, Jeff, when planting comes into play on a stormwater permit, it's usually because a lot of trees are being removed, you know, and we're trying to preserve a ecology of Cohasset, and then, you know, the native plants are part of that ecology. Arborvitae aren't. Arborvitae are, you know, the ecology of nurserymen. So you know, I don't know. I think it's important when a tree is called out to, you know, plant trees because we want you to make up for what you're doing. I think it's important. I'm also getting a little, you know, Charlotte's list is getting longer and longer on every one of these projects. It's, you know, how do you just, you know, does it affect things? Well, maybe not, but you know, we heard it on the last applicant. He's saying, well, you know, things always change. Like things always change because we don't, you know, because we're not really presenting to you what we're really doing, and it's a little frustrating, because, you know, 10%, 20%, how much is acceptable? So.
And I will tell you on this one, the applicant he was checking in regularly with a lot of questions as far as how to do the depression out back, how to install the transition from cobbles to asphalt to gravel, getting the stone trench in. The pool, the stone driveway being larger, this is not like well, I'm sure it has a compacted gravel base, but it's perfectly flat, and it's probably about 3 inches of crushed stone. I have a similar driveway at my own property, and when you spray a hose on that, or even in the hardest downfall before, you don't have any water leaving it. So I mean, some of these deviations like that, you know, I really don't think they impact the stormwater. I wasn't actually even aware that was slightly bigger until now.
Oh, sorry,
other
Jeff.
things like this corner being more square than rounded. I mean,
yeah,
it's pretty de minimis in my opinion.
Sorry.
I realize that most of them are minimal.
No, we want to hear about the deviations, and we make a decision about the entirety of the deviations. I mean, I'd agree that whether it's rounded or more angular is a pretty minor thing, and certainly wouldn't hold up a COC on that alone.
Right.
And there's always going to be deviations.
Right.
It's little deviations. But to Chris's point, not putting in native plants is more than a little deviation, I think.
I agree.
The intent wasn't there. I mean, he must have missed the rationale for why we require native plants.
I agree, because it speaks to the ecology. The Arborvitae is like a straight growing short tree. You know, we're looking for you to replace the trees that would, you know, go.
More canopy.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And like native trees that would complement the natural ecology here. What would be expected of the native species, like the birds and You know, everything else. Abrevieties are nice. They basically create a green fence of green. You know, it's just a green fence. That's what abrevieties is.
Yeah, and they grow fast, so. Yeah,
So I don't like it. I don't want to set a trend of along that sort of thing. I don't know for stormwater. I don't know if we have the authority to say.
Those aren't even arborvitae.
So no, these aren't the arborvitaes that are skinny. These are the green giants that you see everywhere. They're one of the most common.
Yeah, that's,
trees.
I don't think those are green giants. I think they're Leland cypress.
Again, I'm not the expert in this.
Yeah.
I've been told they are.
Well-
This is another supposed arborvitae green giant.
That looks more like an arborvitae green giant. Those look
here a
like
few.
arborvitae green giants.
I mean, they're very substantial size trees.
Those are different.
Yeah.
how long have they been in, Jeff, do you know?
Quite a while.
Like
Yeah,
years,
because what's that?
like more than a year?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
They don't create the canopy of a native tree though, like that we would look for.
Yeah.
But when you're looking, I mean, this is the neighbor's house that's currently under construction as well. And they're trying to create a thick buffer, at eye level. And these are going to grow fast. So
Yeah,
I do not know for sure if these are green giants or not, or
I can't tell what those are.
Sorry, it was difficult to tell. I mean, I thought they were arborvitae green giants, but that's what I cheat with a phone app, and that's what that told me too. So, but if they very well could be hybrids as well, or
No, those
something.
could be, those could be green giants. I just can't tell.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just the, the point of using native species is to, like I said, is to improve the add to the ecology, and those are just an ornamental thing.
As a commission, do we want to hold off on a COC until the native species are planted? I'll just note that this applicant has I know this isn't our jurisdiction, but the applicant has a temporary occupancy. So it is pending full occupancy upon completion of the stormwater permit. So that's just what I'll note, but it's up to us as a commission. I mean, we've done this before for other COCs, so I guess same question. Do we want to hold off on a COC until native plantings are installed?
Are those the only photos you have, those 4?
readily available. I could probably find some if you give me a minute on my phone.
Sorry, I'm
But,
trying to join actually right now. I'm gonna keep my phone on in case my computer crashes, but I can pull up the photos really quickly if that's, if I'm able to join. It's loading.
So if I recall other projects correctly, I've seen landscape architects present projects where they're proposing all natives from your list within the wetland buffer, but then, other ornamentals and such outside of the buffer zone.
Recording in progress.
I don't think we need to worry about this setting a precedent, because this is one of those projects that was approved back when you really did not require landscaping plans on all projects by landscape architects, which are all, every project we're coming in with nowadays has a landscape architect. It's not just pick from your list.
Oh, we're evolving.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say they need to go pull out what they planted, but I would like to see some reflective plantings of the native trees that are in the area, whether they be beech or whatever, like something that's going to provide canopy for that will be contiguous to the ecology of the canopy. That's my thought.
I think it's, after all this time, it's kind of hard to see somebody lose their occupancy because of poor choice of, well, it's not exactly a poor choice of trees, it's perhaps inattention to the details of the conditions that were set out by the commission when they granted them their NOI or whatever. So maybe we need to figure out a way that they can put some native plants in, native trees in, as Chris is saying, without necessarily pulling out 30 of these things.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a healthy ecology usually has some variation, so let them be part of a more robust buffer. You can add some nicer plants in there. Some nicer, when I say nicer, I mean some native plants in there. They got some gaps anyway. You can see right through to the neighbor.
Yeah. So what would you suggest, Chris?
Yeah, that's what I was suggesting.
Well, I mean, you know, obviously on this side, they don't have a lot of room for canopy. So this side and the other side looked a little tight, but in the back, this back corner, I think they could certainly put in, you know, along that buffer, I think they could put in some hollies and, you know, some sorry, I'm blanking. Atlantic red cedars, you know, if they want more buffer, you use what's on the list. And then when it spreads out a little bit and you have a little room, then something that's going to have a canopy, put some nice oaks in or maples or something that can contribute to
some ash trees. We're running out of those.
Yeah, well, there's a reason for that. So can we give them a COC with a condition?
So normally with a wetlands one, we don't, and we just issue, you know, whatever conditions were part of the order conditions, but I don't know if the bylaws for our stormwater say anything about conditions or not, but I can't see why not. I can't think of anything that would not allow us to do that, but we could say by next spring or whatever, we expect plantings to be installed that are native from conservation's list. We can come up with a number. And if it's not done, we can obviously bring them in for show cause or something like that. But it would be if we issue a COC, you know, it would be completion of the work with that condition. And I can't take the COC away if it's not done. But, you know, if we want to issue a condition just to hold them to that and, you know, follow up on them if they don't do it, we can certainly do that.
Is there a picture by the pool?
So I can try to share my screen. We'll see if it crashes. Do you want me to try?
Yes, please.
All right. So I'm just going to go through them quickly, but this was the driveway walking up. So I'm just walking up the driveway and I'll get to the pool.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Sorry, trying to go as quickly as I can without this crashing. Be speaking to IT tomorrow morning.
Coming through loud and clear now, Charlotte.
Thank you. It's like I said, this never happened before.
What was that? What was that? Oh my God.
So these were the holly trees that were planted on the western side of the driveway. And then these were the I thought they looked like arborvitaes.
Those are arborvitae towards the back. This one towards the front. Oh, is it an arborvitae? If it is, it's in terrible shape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then these are the holly trees that were planted. There's a few more on the lower end of the circular portion of the driveway. So this is the gravel area that was just extended here. And then this is walking around to the back where the pool is installed.
Come here.
And then this is the pervious patio and paver walkway. This is the pool.
Could use a little something out there.
Yeah. There were supposed to be some plantings along this end too. I know there were a couple that you saw in that other photo that he was gonna also plant, but again, they all looked like arborvitae's to me.
Yeah, they do.
And then there were some plantings that were installed right here that wasn't on the plan, but they just added them. So this is the bottom of the stone walls at the back of the house.
Well, wait, what was on that berm? I thought that was all planted.
So sorry, this area, this is, I think.
No, go
is
back one more.
This area?
There, yeah, what's with that berm?
Isn't this the stormwater depression, Jeff?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but didn't you show plants on top of that?
No. There's one at the end. It must,
Yeah.
there's definitely one right at the end there. It must be just beyond the photo on either end, actually.
Wow.
Do you want me to keep going? I can walk around the rest of the house, or
That's all
do we
right.
just want to see the pool?
That's all right.
Okay.
Did they, was that wall was part of the, sorry, can you go back?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
That wall was part of the design?
Oh, wrong one. Sorry, which stone, the one around the pool?
No, the one right at the, where
This
the,
one?
no,
Well,
keep
it's
going.
not a wall. It's a slope stabilized with riprap angular stone.
No, keep going. Keep going.
This?
No, keep going. Where the back porch is. Oh, right, keep going.
Oh, where the back porch is?
There was
That
a
might be-
picture of the back of the porch. I don't know what.
Yeah,
There, go back.
got it. Yep.
So that's a stabilized slope?
Yeah, it is.
So is that oak like coming out of the slope?
I believe it's at the toe of the slope.
No way.
I mean, no, it looks like it's coming out of the slope. See how
Yeah, it sure does.
that trunk is bent.
Yeah, that tree's got 4 years max. All right.
That was the shortened deck, so it was supposed to go all the way across the back of the home, and they just did this little, yeah. And these are the plantings between 55 and 14 Haystack.
Mhm. Well, they can't get decent material now. It's, it's all gone.
Mhm.
And they shouldn't plant it now anyway, so, I mean, I personally think that they should, well, I mean, we can give them the certificate, but I think they should, I don't know. I'd like to see some decent native plants.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
know how to do it, but
Follow up on the existing, they don't look like they're gonna survive the winter. Anyways, and if they don't, then I would say native plantings to replace them. Cause a lot of those look like they're gonna die.
yep.
Mhm.
they're close enough to the ocean, so there's probably a fair amount of salt in the rainfall they get too.
Mhm.
I don't know, arborvitae, very salt resistant.
Some are more so than others, but
Mhm.
yeah. The deer should like them too. And I think the green giants are pretty deer resistant.
Yeah, they are. The deer do not touch them.
Yeah.
And
That's how
and
you
they're
know,
hardy too.
that's how you know they're not really, good trees.
And I've learned too that they'll grow in like under a canopy where they don't get a lot of sun.
Yeah, not as well though. Okay,
I'm just checking our regulations. I don't see anything that says we can't issue a condition as part of the stormwater COC if we were to issue one. It just says no COC will be issued until stormwater BMPs are functioning in accordance with the stormwater permit and the Massachusetts standards if applicable. If the inspection finds the system to be adequate, this information shall be submitted to the conservation, which will then issue a COC. So it definitely emphasizes the stormwater system and the BMPs around it, but it doesn't say whether or not we can issue conditions or not. So I don't see why not if there's no complaints from the Jeff or the applicant.
You know, I think what you talked about seemed reasonable. I just want to hear how many trees. What are we
Yeah.
for?
I'd like to make a motion for 12 trees. And they can either replace ones that die or they can add them in. 6 evergreens, 6 deciduous, shade trees, not little ornamental things, but shade trees from our list. 6 and 6. Minimum 3-inch caliper on the shade trees. And minimum, what do we usually do on the evergreens?
6 to 8 feet in height.
6 to 8 feet in height.
Second that.
You good with that, Jeff?
Yep, so 12 total, 6 of them are evergreens and 6 are deciduous.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yep.
And all from your list. Okay. Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, having a motion in a second. Take a roll call. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passed 4-0. Okay, how about haystacks?
Okay, Jeff, I just have a quick question.
Are these all reliant on occupancies?
7 Haystack, no. 634 CJC, yes.
Where is 634?
Oh, this was the one with
Septic tank?
No, we had just submitted, we had just approved an RDA for them to add the stone retaining wall, but to not interfere with the swale. This is further down on CJC. The applicants had come to us with an RDA to install fencing and some stone retaining walls.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this one. So they're here for a COC and
Any
they have
deviations?
there's I have minor ones, so I'm not concerned with the minor ones. The only thing I'll just note is Jeff, they added a drainage pipe installed along the stone retaining wall, and it actually seems to help the swale that was preserved in between the wall and the property line. So do you have any concerns with that was added? I think it was recommended by the contractor. So the retaining wall was built per plan that we approved with a minor changes request and an RDA. So just these are the photos of what it looks like. But other than that, there were only a handful of minor deviations, which I don't know if you guys want me to go through because I know it's getting late, but so this was built and then the pipe was added to the as-built. So you can't see it on the site, but it's a pipe that's underneath the retaining wall that still drains via the swale out to where it's supposed to go into the BBW.
I did not have any issues with that pipe. They basically buried a 4-inch perforated pipe below the swale, about 6 inches down, to help direct water in the direction the swale is pushing the water.
Did you guys want me to go through the minor deviations or do we want to keep this short? That was really the only thing I wanted to note with the commission.
Yeah, this came before us before, right?
Yes, so they had submitted an RDA to install or to extend this stone retaining wall, basically wrapping around on this side of the property.
Yeah.
So this portion of the wall was already approved. Sorry, this portion was already approved and this was what was existing when we had evaluated the RDA. So this was the change that they had requested. We approved it, but we wanted an administrative minor update to the stormwater permit to account for any drainage.
Right, okay. All right, that's fine.
So yeah, I mean, other than that, there were a few minor deviations here and there, but I don't have any major concerns. The For the NOI, the ongoing conditions I would suggest are obviously the no herbicides, pesticides, et cetera, and then all plantings must survive 3 full growing seasons. The plantings weren't, there weren't really plantings that were specified per plan except for some trees that were supposed to be planted in the front yard, but they didn't take the pine trees out. So these trees here, they were proposed to be removed and replaced with deciduous trees, but they didn't take them out. So they obviously didn't plant deciduous trees. So that was really the only other change. And that they planted these in addition. These were not on the plan. And these are outside of the 100-foot buffer, but those would just be my 2 recommendations if we wanted to issue a COC for the order 1, that no herbicides, and then all plantings 3 full growing seasons.
Okay.
Are those arborvitaes?
They look like them to me.
They look like it, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this was in addition, so they just planted these, and they're outside of the 100-foot buffer. They're right along CJC.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for NOI 1804 and stormwater 1804 for 634 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Did we want the number 40 and 41 ongoing
Yeah.
conditions?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Tom Bell,
Aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 400. 7 Haystacks.
All right, last but not least. Sorry, guys, late
It's
night.
scary.
Really is. So 7 Haystack, this was another permit that we had initially denied last year just because there were some pending changes. So this is one of the changes that was completed, that the pervious walkway has now since been installed. And that the applicant, we're not sure what happened, but there was a 30-inch caliper tree in the back of the property that was removed. And so as a replacement, the applicant has planted, sorry, I'm going to my notes here. They've planted, they planted 10 to 12 evergreen, 6, 10 feet to 12 foot high evergreens were planted in replacement of that large tree that was taken out. And then just looking at here, these are a lot of other additional plantings that they installed. So these are all, again, like in relation to a stormwater permit, I don't have any concerns with these. The only change that I'll note, which, Jeff has clarified for us. So there was this retaining wall. I believe this was the second retaining wall that was built that was not a part of the plan. And so Jeff had clarified that this does not impact stormwater. If anything, it actually kind of helps it because this is a very steep slope from the top of the house down to the road. And so it was installed to slow stormwater. There were supposed to be some deciduous trees that are planted here, but instead of that, that's why they built the second wall. But then they still planted some dogwoods on this side in between the retaining wall and on the other side of the driveway. And then on top of that, they also added 55 boxwood bushes at the top here. So that was really
When were those pictures taken?
recently, November 21st. So these are all the additional plantings that they had installed. These are the boxwoods that are at the top of the second retaining wall.
They wrap those boxwoods?
Huh?
Did they wrap those boxwoods for
They
winter?
wrap them?
Yeah.
Not yet.
Oh, they'll be half.
I think
dead
the
then.
owner's on the call, so I can tell him to do that too.
Well, only if he wants them to live through winter.
Yeah. So these were the evergreen plantings in a general area where a 30-inch caliper tree was taken out. So they planted, again, I believe they're arborvitaes and then some pines here. And then in addition, rhododendron bushes and other shrubs. So these are the, I believe these are, Chris, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe these are the native pines on our list. Is it Eastern white pine? This one looked like one.
I don't think so.
No? Okay,
I think it's
sorry.
it's either an Austrian or a black pine. I'm not sure which.
Okay, sorry, my app is lying to me then.
It's close though. It's close.
Okay,
I could be wrong.
well-
I could be wrong.
okay. But yeah, they planted
Well,
a handful of
that's
evergreens.
That's a white. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they planted a handful of evergreens in this area to replace the 30-inch caliper tree that was taken out. And then in addition, they just installed additional plantings around the back, their play area. They planted ivy along some of the ledge outcrop openings. So they did do a handful of additional plantings than what was required per the site plan. And then the pool was not built, but they do know that they're happy with closing this out, and in the future, if they want to do a pool, they'll resubmit. So that's really the only thing that wasn't done on the plan. But in terms of the COC, they followed up on everything that was pending of why we originally denied the request. It's a dogwood that's in between the two walls, and then they planted another one on the other end of the driveway.
Okay.
I think these are new as well.
Those weren't on their property, right?
The oak, I believe it is. It was several branches, I think, were removed from a hazardous storm event. But the owner didn't want the trees cut down at this time because we have a pending stormwater permit. And also because they like the trees.
Yeah, they look good.
Not looking good, no. Okay, make a motion to issue a stormwater permit for 7 Haystacks Lane.
Second.
Having a motion in a second, we'll take roll call. Tom,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0.
Great.
Thank you, Jeff, for helping us. Sorry it was a late night.
Can we,
That's okay. We missed
can
the
we,
entire Patriots game, but they lost.
Yep.
can the,
I had recorded that, Jeff.
Oh, nice.
you just
Oh,
ruined it for
I'm
him.
sorry.
Now you can go to bed, Chris, instead. Charlotte, are the updates important or no?
No.
Okay, Tom would like to try to get together with you. There's an issue over on Hull Street.
Okay.
We need to talk to the driller that's drilling under Hull Street. One of the neighbors reported their tanker, they were either pouring drilling fluid into Turkey Hill Run, or they were capturing water from Turkey Hill Run to drill. So we just need to go out there and talk to the driller and find out what's going on.
Okay. You want to touch base tomorrow morning?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, if you need any muscle, I know those drillers can be
Yeah, I've been drilling. I've been dealing with drillers for 40 years. These guys probably can't hold a candle to a good old Quebecois or Newfie. Those guys are rough.
Well, Chris, you're retired now? You're not working Fridays? What is it?
No, I'm working. I work from home though, so I can zip down there anytime.
Oh, yeah, I work from home too, but I can't zip anywhere. Okay, anyone else? Motion to close the hearing?
Second.
Ahoy. Yeah.
All in favor? Aye.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks,
Yeah.
guys.